what do I have? I have HP, which I
Yeah.
think is a pretty good brand. I don't know, and I've had it for a long time, and I think these things have a shelf life. But
Well, when I was active with my businesses, I get a new machine every 2 years. Didn't want
yeah,
to screw around.
I'm about due for it, and
Yeah.
so yeah. Anyways, Mike, I don't know if you heard the news just come over the wires here, but
At Gates? Yeah.
yes, and that's not good. I mean, that's troubling. I know he had some personal problems before his marriage. Maybe he hired a few hookers. I don't know, but
Yeah.
I just he was would have been a very key figure at the very
Well,
center.
sometimes the trouble with being a flamethrower is you have a pretty exuberant personality. And the trouble is, um, as good as he is in doing the good things, he's pissed off a lot of people on both sides.
Right,
And they
right.
were probably marshaling a lot of resources to make it very difficult for him. And besides, he's got a Senate appointment that's going to be given him by DeSantis. So what the heck? Um,
So you think he'll be yeah, okay.
I
Um,
think that I think that
won't he have this? Well, I guess that's something he doesn't have to go through any confirmation
yeah,
process.
yeah. So maybe he was always saying this was all made up and so on, but you and I know where there's smoke, there's fire,
No, I
right?
mean, look, the man obviously had some issues, but I think
Yeah,
that look, I think he kind of straight cleaned up his act after his marriage. With where you take a guy like Bill Clinton, and the problem started after his marriage.
yeah, yeah.
So I mean, it's obviously a double standard, but there you have it. I think that I'm worried that any attorney general in Trump's administration, that's such an important position, not only because they can protect Trump in the same way that Janet Reno protected Clinton, by the way, or
Oh, for
Holder
sure.
protected
And
Obama.
she was completely incompetent anyway. I mean, that was a joke appointment.
No, but she stopped any attempt to try to. Clinton
Yeah,
was surrounded by scandal. I mean, if you look back, you could look at the archives of news. He had a scandal a week.
pretty
Cabinet
much.
members taking money, people doing all sorts of stuff, and she kind of ran interference. That's the only function I think she had, basically, was she knew how to run interference to protect him. And that's when you're a person, when you're a figure like Trump, you have to have that. He's going to have, we're talking here mainly about the lame duck period here. They are going to throw they're not stopping. I mean, the Trump hatred is as vigorous as ever. I think that they are, besides the fact that they're trying to start World War III with nuclear Russia.
Yeah,
So I mean,
Biden should be just for that impeached.
oh, clearly, I mean, who knows who's in charge of that, anyways. I mean, this whole policy of giving Russia a green light to fire missiles, or Ukraine
Ukraine,
to
right?
fire these advanced missiles, and also lay landmines. This was done. Biden wasn't even in the country when that was done, which brings up the broader question of who ran that illegitimate, rotten regime. But putting it
Oh,
aside, probably, yeah,
yeah.
they're trying to set a trap for Trump by launching a war that Trump will be embroiled in. They don't give a damn how many people they kill. And on a domestic front, my understanding, according to the reporting of Natalie K. Winters, who I think is a pretty in-depth reporter, they're doing some of the same crap they did when Trump came in the first term. And Obama basically embedded various figures inside the government that could not be easily removed, could not be easily discovered, and that would basically thread and marble the Trump administration and just run interference every chance they could get. They're lining up people like Mark Elias, who's not going away. I think he's ended the big steal in Pennsylvania now that even Shapiro has come out against it. So he's now lining up, according again, my source on this is Natalie Winters, lawsuits to bring out against Trump. Every single thing he does is going to be a lawsuit. There's going to be lawfare. Is going to go in a high gear. That's not going anywhere. You've got a shadow government set up. I forget who was talking about this openly on NPR. I believe he was a congressman who was like, we're setting up a shadow government just like they have in Great Britain, where you're going to have, for example, the shadow attorney general is going to be none other than Shifty Schiff, and the shadow secretary of state. And each of these people are going to be there to attack and criticize every time one of Trump's cabinet members and office holders, whatever they do, they're going to get attacked. They're going to get criticized.
Well, here's the good news. All right.
Yes.
No, seriously. This is not his first rodeo. All right.
Right.
So this second term, he's got pretty much more of a free reign, and he's figured out, I think, who his loyalists are. So this may sound threatening and so on with all the stuff they're doing, but you got to look at the other side of it. This is all they've got. They're destroyed. And I believe that Democrats are going to be out of power for a long time. And I'll tell you why. They haven't figured it out. You keep doing this crap. You keep, and I wrote about it. I think it's a good example. There's Alan Lichtman, idiot.
Oh my God! I had him on my show, and he basically hung up and left after
he's a little prima donna.
Oh, I mean, he basically said that Trump has to be impeached because of his war on women. I'm like, hello, where in the Constitution? Yeah. I mean, this is absurd. You know?
So, but what I was getting at by that is that, and there's a point to this. All right, in the article, I talk about his quote 13 keys.
Oh yeah,
well,
right.
The problem is that if he had followed his own model, he would have predicted Trump would win. If you take his 13 keys, it's incontrovertible that Harris was going to lose. So his head was so far up his ass, so to speak, that he couldn't even use his own model correctly. And by the way, that also applies to this primary model guy who's used this to predict supposedly every election since 1912. Well, here's the problem. There wasn't a legit primary candidate on the Democrats this year. Whoops. So that all fell apart.
Well, the whole thing is...
The other one, the primary was Biden, but he didn't run. Okay. So I think that let him double down and triple down and bring out all these weapons, but they're going to lose. They're going to keep losing because what they're doing is they're simply denying the fact that the FDR model of winning elections doesn't work anymore. All right. They don't
I think that Nate Silver kind of got a wind of that, and he changed his tune and came out and acknowledged that Trump was going to win. But they're going to try to do all this crap. You're right. I mean, it's the same old playbook. It doesn't work for them any longer. They haven't learned anything. They're so mired in this really demented and irrational hatred. Either that or they're...
And it gets more and more irrational by the day.
And you got people on the inside, people like George Soros and his son Alex, who have announced, oh, heaven forbid, they said, don't break bread with any Trump supporters. Don't meet them. Don't talk to them.
And miss a chance to go to lunch with Alex Soros?
Oh, well. I mean, first of all, I don't think any self-respecting Trump supporter wouldn't want to be seen having lunch with him. Your career would be up the river. But putting that aside, I mean, they obviously haven't learned anything. It's the same old bit of stuff. I'm seeing it still. I mean, they're just it's like they're locked into some kind of and their brains are locked into some kind of an iron cage. And
it's very sad. I think we talked about this before. And the shorthand I use for it is the model UN mentality, which may be lost on some people. The idea was back in the day, the little kissy-assy smart kids in junior high would be appointed to the model UN.
Right.
And this was a big deal. And these were all the smart kids. And this was the worldview they had when they were 13, 14 years old. The trouble is, it doesn't apply anymore, but instead of modifying their view, They're just trying harder and harder and harder to make it work. It's pathetic. I've seen this in high school sports all the time, where the team is losing by 30 points at the half, and what we have to do is double down and do even more on the same losing game plan we've already done.
It's the
And
definition, as I said, it's the definition of insanity.
yes,
You had that pop psychologist Dyer, I think his name John Dyer, back in the 70s, the erogenous zones. He wrote his research based on spending many years working in mental hospitals and observing mental patients and their patterns. And one of the things he takeaways from that was that the pure sign of mental illness is that someone would do something over and over again, even though they knew it didn't work anymore, but they would keep repeating it. That is someone who's mentally ill, and that's what they're doing. They're mentally ill.
I think that's true. And, I had said in the past weeks that there's no talent on that side. Now, there's talent to do the same old crap they've been doing time after time, but they can't adjust. So what do? Well, as I mentioned in the current article, they attack the customer, so to speak. I mean, Lichtman, the people have to go to that video. It's unbelievable. This is the best time I've ever seen Cenk Uygur. He just laces into this guy.
Yeah.
And
now he wants to be on Musk's Doge, I guess.
Yeah.
Apparently. And they're all basically, selling out to Trump. You've got Joe and Mika, Morning Mika, meeting Trump. I don't know why Trump even gave them the time of day, but putting that aside.
Well, showing that he's gracious and all that.
Yeah, I mean, they were off to Mar-a-Lago. Now they're on the verge of being fired. MSNBC is considering changing its name. All these leftist media outlets are going down the tubes. I think that, but and look, I feel elated. I want to celebrate. I want to relish the moment. But at the same time, this war ain't over. It's just starting. I mean, Obama laid some very ugly traps for Trump as he left the door, including the Steele dossier and all of that stuff. That all was. This is a matter of public record. I mean, that was devised in the Oval Office with Obama, and Biden was there also, and they all basically put this thing together.
Yeah.
I don't know if they can pull something like that off again, but I think that Trump...
I don't think so, because they don't have the advantage that Obama had. Okay, right. Remember, he was the golden child. And, as an aside, he could have done a lot of good. Instead, he chose to do evil. And I'm telling you, history is not going to be kind to that guy.
And by the way, speaking of Obama, I don't know if you heard this, but Obama wanted to appoint RFK to Health and Human Services, and the drug companies called him and said no.
Yeah.
So he didn't do it. It's just to show how much he was a stooge of this.
No, Obama was a garbage human being, and
he had no background. He had no authority. He was just another one of these, as bad as they all were. Biden, the Bushes, Clinton, they've all been bad since Reagan. Since Reagan was shot, it's all been bad. I think that's of course why they despise and fear Trump. And I think that this time around, Trump isn't going to he's not going to step into another Steele dossier thing.
No.
He does need to get a strong attorney general, though. I don't know who it'll be. And I hope it's someone that maybe Matt Gaetz could be brought in as an advisor, to whoever, right? Let Gaetz be the kind of informal attorney general if he can't.
Well, what do you think a Street Fighter type like a Peter Navarro? I don't know if he has a legal.
Oh, I think he's great.
Yeah.
Well, I put Steve Bannon in there. Well, first of all, I don't think he's a lawyer. So I think a attorney general has to be a lawyer.
Pretty much.
Maybe if Trump can get the recess appointment, he could still put Matt Gaetz in there.
Yeah,
Well,
I think the trouble with that is that would just be a flashpoint forever and
well, yeah, I
ever.
mean, unfortunately, they've got so many things on him that it's a big distraction. It's too bad, but
Well,
that's where we
one
are.
way, and maybe I'm glad that Trump chose not to go this route. Uh, I was kind of relishing a real street fight in that, okay, bring it on
Hmm.
against Ed Gates or whoever. And believe me, there's no shortage of dirt on the other side.
Well,
They
when
could
they
have got
talked about releasing the ethics report, I think that Marjorie Taylor Greene made the very good point. She said, fine, release all the ethics reports,
yeah,
right, on all sides, both parties. They have an immunity fund in Congress that they basically use to pay off people who are making accusations. And it's been used, I think, many dozens of times. Let it
yeah.
all come out. If they want to have it come out, fine. Let's have it. So, but the point is that maybe that's why he's stepping
Well, the
aside.
trouble is, that sounds fun, but it's kind of a distraction from getting stuff done. Um, I
No,
think
it's a
you'll be
big
able to find,
distraction, and you can be blackmailed. It's like I understand that, like J. Edgar Hoover used to show up at the LBJ White House, and he'd bring lots of these files with him, and they would go through it and look at all the dirt, and they'd have big laugh, and they would just you're right, and they would just go through everybody and what they had on them. So I mean, this is all blackmail material, and I mean, obviously, this wouldn't happen if it was a Democrat appointee. We know that. But here it is. I mean, I just hope he finds somebody who can pick this thing up because you can't have another, weak person like a Jeff
yeah.
Sessions, or you can't have another backstabber like Bill Barr. You have to have somebody on the outside who is going to come in and do. This is such an important position right now. I mean, I don't know who it would be. Peter Navarro would be fine.
Yeah, I
That
don't
would
know
be,
if he's a lawyer,
I
but
don't either, but he'd be fine. I don't know. I
he's
can't think
some
of
tough
any.
guy,
He is.
and ideally a tough guy without a lot of
And
past.
also, Mike Davis is good from
Yeah,
the Century One Project. He would be a tremendous attorney general. Recently, Tish James made some comments about continuing with the lawfare in New York, and he came out and he said, "I dare you, go right ahead. I'll have your fat ass in prison so fast your head'll spin." And that's what he said, and I'm
yeah.
quoting. I mean, he's like, you know, he would be
Well, he
good.
could be the guy.
He could be. That would be tremendous. Okay, so I'd feel a lot better seeing him in there. He is like the real, I've listened to him this past year on with the Steve Bannon and filling in for Steve Bannon while he was in prison. He's tremendous. So,
Well,
we'll
what
see.
I like about him too is he got this sense of humor. I mean, in
Yeah.
the same speech where he went after Tish James and he was talking about Alvin Bragg, Fannie Willis, and Tish James said, "Where the hell they get these people? Weight Watchers?"
Exactly. Yeah, right. And I'd like to see them investigated for how much money they've gotten from all this and throw in Fannie Willis, big
Well,
Fannie.
let's
Yeah.
talk about money for a second.
Yeah.
All right. What happened with the total of tens of millions of dollars that the Harris campaign spent on celebrities? This was just incandescently stupid. All right. They were reversing cause and effect, right? Well, because we spent all this money, it's going to do all this good. And can you imagine giving $2.5 million to Oprah to make some kind of speech that essentially slavery is going to come back under Trump?
Oh, it was horrible.
Um, I don't get it. What
It,
is
it
in
was
it
so
for
flat.
her? She's a multi-billionaire. Does she have to now go on TV and expose how stupid she is?
Well, she did it for Obama too, and she did it for Biden. She's a hack. She's a
Yeah.
liberal. She's drank the Kool-Aid. She's just, I mean, you could see from her interviews. And she's kind of, I never really got what her appeal was, but whatever it was, it's gone. I think that she kind of bit the dust after she left her show. For a while, she was the biggest radio talk show host in history.
Yeah.
But once she left that show, she just faded, and I think that she's never found her footing again. She moved out of Chicago and she moved to like a tropical temperature. I think she's retired. I think she just had it at that point. So whatever happened to her, I mean, that's obviously an
I
embarrassment.
think it was part of the it girl phenomenon, right? She was the it girl because the color purple, and she
Right.
does the radio thing, and oh man, this black women are people too, and they can do stuff, and isn't that great?
Mm,
Then she puts out the magazine and all the fashion stuff and so on. Gets a lot of money with her
sure.
broadcast empire. But then, as with all these it girls, Clara Bow being the original one, people start thinking about, wait a minute, why is she the it girl? What's behind all this? And then the facade sort of falls apart. And unfortunately, in the case of Clara Bow, went kind of negative. But
Yeah.
Oprah had enough money that she was able to withstand. She doesn't need this anymore. Although she did take the $2.5 million from.
Yes, I know.
Harry.
Really, what the hell? I mean, she's one of the richest women in America.
This is so important to me that I'm going to charge you $2.5 million. Yeah.
I mean, and obviously Harris has gone down in complete disgrace. I mean, imagine spending over $1 billion of contributions and money sent in by people, for her campaign, on giving like 10 million to Beyonce and who else? Nobody knows where that's just typical of a Democrat liberal. The money disappears into some gigantic vacuum. It's like Black Lives Matter. Everybody probably is building mansions. They're all like, cashing in billions of dollars disappearing. And she then leaves the campaign $20 million in debt. I mean, can you imagine what a disaster that would have been? I mean, Trump kind of had a great troll in that he said, "Hey, I have a surplus. I'll offer to pay off the campaign debt for her." But meanwhile, I heard Bill O'Reilly say that in response to your speculation about what will happen to her, he said, she'll do some shows. She'll be on TV. Maybe she'll fill in, co-host The View for a while. But when Newsom leaves California, she's going to run for governor because apparently there was a poll done and she had 70% approval among Democrats, which means she's a shoo-in. So she'll become governor of California. As awful as that sounds.
Well, we've had so many awful governors in California that.
How does California put it? I mean, is it just a stolen election there? I mean, I know that when Hillary got that huge popular vote in 2016, there was a lot of evidence of fraud. There was a lot of like kind of street activity of signing up illegal aliens in Los Angeles, and you've talked about what happened to battling Bob Dornan, and I guess
Dornan, Chuck, was the beginning.
Yes,
and I think it was a trial balloon for the fraudsters. All right, because they could have stopped that, nipped it in the bud, but they didn't. Mm-hmm. So the Republican Party of California, it's 100% their fault for letting it go. And if you think about it from a strategic point of view, what a great test case, right? You take a popular congressman, I think he was in for 4 terms.
Right.
Loretta Sanchez, who, by the way, that wasn't the name she used until the campaign.
Right. It's like she's as phony as Kamala.
Yeah, it was some Anglo name I don't remember.
She became black.
But she suddenly became Sanchez, which was her maiden name that she never used professionally. And there was clear evidence of illegals voting.
Yes.
There was also clear evidence, unfortunately, of complicit Catholic churches allowing her to speak. And you don't do that. All right.
No, why were they cozying up to this?
Because it started even before then. There was this sort of left-wing liberation theology thing that was going through the church.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the Pope you have now is part of that.
Right.
So this allowed the massive corrupt infrastructure to start. Okay. There was always an active Democrat Party in California. And when I was a kid, LA politics was dominated by, Sam Yorty. I can't think of her name.
Mhm.
These various people who were just fixtures forever. And of course, that took advantage. In fact, Yorty was actually one of the rare conservative Democrats.
Didn't he run for
Yeah,
president?
Ross Wyman was the other one. They were working on this since the 1940s. And I think they let Schwarzenegger come in as a token, quote, Republican. But they were just vicious. I mean, Gray Davis was recalled
I remember that. Yeah.
as a Democratic governor. And here was a guy who was a perfect candidate, right? War hero, worked in the party forever. And, all the chickens came home to roost when he was up there, the power issues. No, it's been a mess. It's been a corrupt mess forever. Not maybe quite as long as the state of New York, but close.
But pretty rotten. And I mean, I suppose that in this, kind of war to MAGAize the country, which is, I think, something that is ongoing.
Yeah.
And then when President Trump puts his hand on the Bible, it's going to be enthroned. And we need to make sure that we identify and call out all of these enemies. Every time they file a lawsuit, I hope that we can file a counter lawsuit. Every time they bring up, we should be the shadow government. Every time they do something, we should expose it. Not because we'll ever change the core of it, but because we can all continue to peel off percentages of the population who are sick and tired of it, especially if Trump is winning and doing well, which I think he will. And but I don't know where I was going with this, but
Well, how California got corrupted to this extent.
I mean, can it be saved? And can the blue states? I just had Trevor Loudon on my show earlier today, who he's from New Zealand. He's an expert on communism. Interesting guy. They have this new movie out called Behind Sheep's Clothing, which is really interesting. He talks about the influence of China in the United States and how strong it's become. We even talked about in Massachusetts. He says there's this Chinese Progressive Association that really owns the state. We don't know it, but they control a lot of what's going on in our state. And he shows that this is like part of Minnesota with walls, and California, major infiltration by the CDC, Chinese Communist Party, the CCP.
Well, it ends up being, and I think you'll agree, a major cultural issue. All right.
Oh, and by the way, just in the middle of my interview with Trevor Loudon, TikTok canceled my they canceled my live stream, and Trevor said, "Oh, well, you mentioned China, that's a no-no for TikTok."
Yeah. I think that happens, and the cultural problem is this. All right. Generally speaking, people on the right are normal. They have families, they have careers, they have things that they truly care about.
Yes.
People on the left are freaking animals. All right. They don't care about family. They don't care about anything other than politics. It's almost like everybody, in a sense, is Ethel Rosenberg. And, you just have to look at it that way. So that's all they do. It's for the great cause. And the people on the right just aren't wired that way. Okay. So we're always going to have a disadvantage because you're up against these psychotic zealots. But their fatal flaw is their platform and their programs are terrible, and they don't know how to get to normal people. Now, the question that you and I have been struggling with whatever happened? How did suburban white women become so deluded? I wish I knew.
Well, that is the core. I mean, I don't know what exactly. I know what you mean. I know this personally. I mean, it's like what is it? Abortion? I mean, I don't know. It's there's just something going on there in the water. Suburban white women used to be conservative. They used to be the backbone of conservatism. I don't know what's happened. I mean, it's there's been like there's something manipulating going on. I don't know.
Well, I mean, my friend, the late Vin Lewis, um, said it ended up being sort of pure hatred, right? They're raised with feminism, but then they get trapped into having families and kids, and all that would have been avoided if they'd only had aborted everybody. So they're walking around with this huge chip on their
Yeah, but
shoulder.
are they happy to have a family with kids? I mean, don't they love their
According to
husbands and their
them, a
children?
lot of them aren't. A lot of them aren't. That they felt they were thrown and shoehorned into that role. They hate their lives,
They resent it. Yeah, I know women like that.
and
They always feel like somehow they gave up, they sacrificed their
well, and again,
wonderful
it goes
life.
back, unfortunately, to this Model UN thing. You know, when you were
Yeah,
a bright college student at age 19, and they filled your head with all this feminist BS, and you thought that was the gospel, then you come into real life and find that no, it doesn't work that way, which comes back to maybe my all-time favorite cliche is real life more like high school or college. All right.
hmm
And the people that thought real life is more like college are pretty damn unhappy as they grow older.
right. No, it's true. And the colleges, of course, speaking as I mean, I'm continuing with my own college studies with Arizona State, and it's real left stuff. I mean, it's really
Yeah,
like, I mean, I keep notes, and I'm actually going to
totally
probably,
surprised, right?
yeah, I mean, I'm going to publish a book using all the information I'm getting. But it's become I mean, this is what I mean. Trevor Loudon talked about this in my interview with him. I mean, they control the high ground, the culture. They
Yeah.
control the academia, media, entertainment, Hollywood, television networks, all of it. Publishers, historians are all on the left. You take a look at Wikipedia, it's all left. I mean, they've totally, Wikipedia, when it started, it was a great resource. I could get a lot of information from them in my own books and my research. It's all now been deleted. It's not. I mean, I'll give you just as if anyone wonders. Let me make a suggestion. Look up a page on Hunter Biden on Wikipedia, okay, and see what they have to say about him. That will tell you everything you need to know. It's complete bullcrap. It's complete propaganda, and they have
And the
removed.
sad thing, if I could interrupt, is that if you pick a topic that isn't political, the material is usually fairly accurate.
Right. Well, the one thing that you can still, the one redeeming quality with Wikipedia is you can still go to their footnotes and get source material,
Yeah.
even though they've also removed some of that. But you cannot get to a lot of the great stuff that I used to be able to get to.
Yeah.
The alternative history of this country, and it's all gone. It's all been deleted. I hope that one of the byproducts of this new administration is that we're going to get away from the censorship. I don't think it's going to ever be completely, but I think that we're going to move into a little bit more freedom. The real censorship started in 2018. It was before the pandemic. That's when I first had my YouTube channel taken down. And there are a lot of groups that are coordinating in that. Unfortunately, one of the big ones is the ADL, and they really are trying to control what we see, what we learn
Let me ask you about
internationally.
the ADL. Okay. When was the Rubicon crossed where they
Well, I think
changed from
they've
Jewish
always been a left group. I mean,
from the
since
beginning?
Oh
All
yeah,
right.
I mean they started with this the Leo Frank case
Yeah.
in Atlanta, and they saw an opportunity to essentially make anti-Semitism a national issue and use it as a way to raise money and organize in the same way that the NAACP uses racism. I mean, and
Unfortunately, Leo Frank was guilty, however.
Leo Frank was a he brutally raped and murdered that girl,
Yeah.
and then he tried to blame the black security guard, and
Yeah.
the trial was the most racist thing. I mean, you're going to trust this black man? You look at him; he's completely innocent. And the ADL came down from New York, and they orchestrated the whole thing with their lawyers, and it was really a disgrace. They still stand by that. Had nothing to do with
What? No,
anti-Semitism.
they still do? They
Oh
haven't
yeah,
disavowed it? Oh
I
my
mean,
word. I didn't know.
He was convicted several times, and then when they pressured the governor at that time to commute the sentence, I guess that he was corrupted. He was working in as a lawyer. He had worked as a lawyer in one of their offices, and so he did commute the sentence. And just as Leo Frank was leaving prison, he was he was kidnapped and lynched. Right, and he deserved it.
Huh.
And that governor had to leave the state. I mean, it was a
And
real.
wait, and they're hanging their hat on that still?
Oh yeah, there was just a Broadway show about this with Leo Frank. The evils of that anti-Semitic incident had nothing to do with I mean, it's a disgrace that he happened to be a Jew, but it had nothing to do with that. I mean, and the South is not generally anti-Semitic anyway. Putting that aside, they generally, are very tolerant toward Jews. They admire Jews, especially with Judah Benjamin, one of the
Judah
main
Benjamin, right?
figures in the Confederacy,
Treasurer
was
of
a
the
Jew.
Confederacy. Yeah.
Yeah, and he was Jefferson Davis's right-hand man, and he was a true Confederate.
Yeah.
So I mean, generally speaking, it was a non-issue that they made into an issue for political reasons and for social, for
I
financial
learned something
reasons.
today. I thought they had disavowed that finally.
No, absolutely not. Oh
Oh,
no, they still
okay.
stick by that story. They'll never change that. So
So,
that's
so they've
that's the
been
story
rotten
of the
from day
ADL.
one. All right.
They've been leftist since day one. They are like the ACLU is to the establishment. They're Fabian socialists. They want to gradually change the country by changing the meaning of words.
Well,
And
okay, but like the ACLU, and you know more about this than I do. I mean, to his credit, Roger Baldwin, who founded the ACLU, was a communist. All right.
he
However,
was.
he disavowed the Communist Party some years later. But now you're going to tell me that the origins of the ADL, they never disavowed that. So they're
No,
just
and I don't know if I mean, he might have disavowed the Communist Party, but he didn't disavow communism.
no, no.
I mean, the ADL, I mean, the ACLU to this day, I mean, they will continue to promote leftist causes and denounce, I mean, do you think that they would take a case against the Black Lives Matter? I mean, never. I mean, they're very much an apparatchik of the international illuminated left-wing establishment. And I think that they ran a full-page ad denouncing Trump, calling him Hitler, this kind of thing.
Well, here's the good news then, going back to how we started the show. The left hasn't learned a damn thing. They're going to keep doubling down on the same ineffectual talking points, and they're going to wonder why they're losing the muse.
A good book on the history of this, and I probably have it in my book collection, is None Dare Call It Treason by John Stormer.
Oh, man, I wrote about that. Oh, John Stormer.
John Stormer.
7 million copies, baby. Self-published.
Yes, and not only that, but I think that he came out with a revised edition that was double the size, I think in the 1990s. I don't know if he's still around, but it's
I think he
really
died only a few years ago. But
yeah. But he goes chapter and verse into a lot of stuff from the ACLU and from the the National Council of Churches, how they were a communist front, how the ADL is a communist front. He shows all of the communist takeover of these, or creation of these establishment institutions and how they then went ahead and became dominant in the media in terms of what would be, the official and approved narrative. I
Right.
mean, the obviously the Southern Poverty Law Center, which spawned that rotten Secretary of State in Michigan, Jocelyn Benson. I mean, they're very much part of this communist movement, and that he goes into it chapter and verse. I have to get that. I mean, he really quotes it, and he does a brilliant job. Um, you have the whole perpetual war for perpetual peace movement.
Yeah.
He shows how they wanted to have what's called, quote, convergence, and that this is a policy that was openly espoused by Roosevelt. That basically the idea was that the United States would move to the left, the Soviet Union would move to the right, and they would both meet and converge at some point in the middle to create a world government. You think I'm making this up? There was this, no, I mean, this is documented. This guy, Rowan Gaither, he was the head of the Ford Foundation, I think, or the Rockefeller Institute. He was interviewed by Norman Dodd, who was a researcher in the late 1950s, as part of the Reese Committee hearings, which are not well known today, but they were very pivotal. They investigated the big foundations and how they had been infiltrated by communists. And he interviewed Rowan Gaither, the head of the Ford Foundation, and he went on record as saying all of this. We were working toward convergence. We were working toward creating a new way of being, a middle ground that would merge, capitalism and communism, Sovietism and Americanism. And we were pouring money into doing this from these big foundations, which were created thanks to Wilson in 1912, 1913. Anyway, interesting history. But that's
Well,
so
I mean,
that's
the good thing is it's history, and they keep, using this, and it ain't working anymore.
well, it never worked. But the point is they're still doing it and they still have that kind of power. They have, George Soros is no piker. I mean, these guys have international power. They have a way of framing narratives the way they want them framed. They will create a world war if they think it's going to benefit, and they're trying to do that right now. We have about how many weeks left of this corrupt, illuminated, illegitimate administration? I think the rest of this month in December, and then 2 weeks in January. During that time, they could create a world war. They're already, firing high-end advanced missiles into Russia. And Russia's firing back. They just hit a power plant in Dnipropetrovsk in Ukraine. The people that are going to suffer from this are the Ukrainian people who would like to see some kind of a peace agreement and who are willing to give up a couple of those Russian provinces. Who cares? I mean, they're Russian anyway, in order to get peace. But they're going to try to push for this massive war. I mean, this is what I wanted to talk about today. Between now and January 20th, there's a lot of things that could go down. There are we don't know what could happen in the world, but it's a very, very dangerous time, the lame duck period. In the 1930s, I think it was, Congress actually passed, I don't know if it was a constitutional amendment, it probably was, to kind of reduce the lame duck period, because it used to run from
To March.
November, it's all the way through till March of the following year, almost 6 months.
Right.
And it was a lot of crap went down. I mean, it was a very bad time because you had an outgoing administration, and if it was from another party, they could do all sorts of things. I mean, thinking in Massachusetts, it says they have this idea where they have the lamp in the State House on the night before the governor leaves. He's burning wax, signing legislation, passing laws. You've got Elizabeth Warren trying to shove through, along with Schumer, radical judges. They've got 50 openings, and it's and shame on J.D. Vance and Rubio for not going and doing their work right now in the Senate to stop this from happening, because there were votes, and they what do they went home for Christmas? I don't know. It's like they have to. This is a fight. they just passed through this radical appeals court judge who had given a pass to child rapists, saying that laws against child rape are racist. I mean, this person is going to be on the bench as a fairly young man. He's going to be there for decades. And this is in the South. I think it's Alabama, Georgia, and Florida. So, I mean, they're putting in position people that will never get rid of them. I mean, they'll be there forever. And, they're shoving, this is all lame duck. As Congress goes out, they're keeping the midnight oil. They're burning candles at night, signing who knows what. I mean, it happens every time there's a lame duck and there's a change of parties. And it is a very dangerous time. I mean, they like to talk about democracy. You can't get less democratic than this. I mean, this is real, insider power play where you're putting.
Well, it is, and it's really pathetic because how can anybody, even on the left, support some of these horrible judges? Everybody watching this show, I'm
cheering
on YouTube, some of these proceedings where, first of all, most federal judges are terrible. It did not used to be the case. I'm old enough to remember I had a friend in high school whose father was a federal judge when it actually meant something. Now it tends to be people that can't get a real job or zealots.
Oh, they're cheering. I mean, there's this guy on TikTok that I follow, Aaron Parnas. He's like Harry Sisson with a brain. Yeah. He's like this twerpy little guy, white guy. He's a lawyer. He looks like he's in his early 20s. He brags about how he graduated law school when he was 21. And he just keeps going on almost every day. He does a TikTok, talking about how wonderful it is that these elections are still being challenged and they're still counting. And we're going to beat, McCormick in Pennsylvania. And I mean, it's ridiculous. And he's like bragging about all the judges that are being put on the bench. He's happy about that. He's got this smirk that he really needs to wipe off of his face. It's just disgusting. But it's that mindset. It's this amoral, little, party hacks. They don't care. They just want the power.
They don't care. Maybe they will if they get involved with the system. I had the misfortune many years ago being involved in a large federal case. And I can't begin to describe how incompetent the federal judiciary is. This guy was falling asleep during the proceedings. He was a damn drunk. It was outrageous.
Yeah.
And
they have real power. I mean, they can.
Oh, yeah.
They can ruin a person's life. They can change the course of the country's direction. I mean, I think, and Elizabeth Warren, of course, is all, she's working, 18 hours a day trying to get these people jammed through in these last miserable weeks. Who knows what else they're doing?
It was just a numbers game because even Warren would admit that some of these people are just total scumbags.
Oh, she doesn't care. They don't care.
Yeah, they don't care.
They want to have their seat warmers. They're going to do, I mean, you see them being interviewed by people like Senator John Kennedy. He's hilarious. And he just asks them basic questions about, are you familiar with, the Clark versus so-and-so? No, they never heard of it. I mean, these people are dumb as bricks in some cases.
Yeah.
But
think about it, Chuck. Who would want that job? All right. If you're a halfway decent lawyer, you're going to make 3 to 4 times what is paid there.
They want power. They want to have
power.
Change the world for communism. I don't know, make a more collectivized world. These people they have that glassy-eyed look on their face. You could tell with that smirk. It's like Rachel Maddow on Speed. They just, of course, she's getting $6 million a show, but putting that aside, I mean, they want power. It's a very powerful position. It's these people who have like low egos and low self-esteem, they feel important. And in a way, they are important in a position like that. They can change lives.
Yeah, I
They
mean,
can
in
change.
fairness, there is a small number of people that seem to really want to be on the bench to do some good. I mean,
Right.
I knew a guy who was a really, really good litigator with a big firm in LA and making serious money. But he got the call from whoever the president was at the time.
Yeah.
We want you under the. And talk about taking a pay cut. Good God, But I guess he was a true believer. The guy was, not necessarily liberal,
Right.
but this was some sort of brass ring. I truly don't know why.
No,
Because
I think that
judiciary,
most
yeah,
of them are good. I mean, in Massachusetts, the federal bench is very good, and even though many of them are liberal leaning, they're pretty good. I mean, they are committed. They're hardworking. They do want to try to be fair. I'm not, but there are these political appointments that Biden seems particularly involved with that are just rotten apples. I mean, it's very bad. But I'm not trying to, it's like most Catholic priests are religious people, but you have some bad ones that give the whole bunch a bad
yeah,
name.
yeah.
I think the same thing is true with the judiciary. Most of them are good. I do think that they are well-meaning and hardworking, and they do their job. But you do have the what I'm talking about here particularly is these really rotten Biden appointees are just bad news. I mean, they're just being shoved onto the bench, and they serve the purpose of basically siloing power as Trump goes in. And then, of course, you have others on the bench who are now not going to leave. They won't retire because they don't want to have Trump have an opening. I mean, right? I mean, of course, I mean, that backfired with Ruth Bader Ginsburg, but,
Yes, it did, didn't it?
yeah. And I think Obama actually asked her to step aside, and she said, nope, I'm going to live forever. I'm not going anywhere. So they blamed Trump because he had an appointment. I mean,
She was rotten to the core, and and this friendship between her and Scalia, I will never understand. But
whatever. I mean, the thing is that they become there's a sense of invincibility after a while
yeah,
that they're indispensable and they're never going to go. And but here we are, Mike, in these final miserable, decrepit days of this rotten, illuminated regime, this illegitimate regime. I just I don't know what they're going to. They're kind of dismoored of any responsibility. They can pretty much now show their cards and do whatever they want to try to perpetrate their power. I think they're still in denial in a way that they have been beaten and that they are going to go. Donald J. Trump, assuming something drastic doesn't happen, God forbid, he's going to put his hand on the Bible on January 20th, and he's going to be president. And it's going to be a great day because he's going to go in there and he's going to kick ass. And he has a lot of things that are going to happen. I do believe that, assuming he gets there. And they don't really, they're trying to figure out these sort of sneaky, miserable, end runs around that. And I mean, again, I mean, Obama tried to do it, and it was bad. But I don't think they're going to pull that crap off again, because Trump, isn't going to be fooled this time.
no.
I just hope that we don't have. I hope we don't have nuclear missiles hitting Boston anytime soon. That's all. I mean, who knows what they're going to do?
Well, what about your well, not your mayor, because I don't think you're directly living in Boston, but
I do live in Boston.
oh, all right.
Oh, yeah.
Michelle Wu saying she's not going to cooperate.
Yeah, that's what they're. I mean, look, you've got Pritzker in Illinois. You've got. I mean, they're all saying this.
Yeah, well, they're talking big, but when
And
one of
in a
them,
way, there's actually a silver lining to all of it, because what they're doing is they're asserting states' rights.
yeah,
Right. That's good. Even if they're left-wing states, it's states should. I mean, they were. They're complaining about that with Roe versus Wade. They want the federal government to come in and mandate abortions. But at the same time, hypocritically, they're all about states' rights when it comes to Trump. I say that, if they want to go that route, that does set positive precedent. It is a reinvigoration of the Ninth and 10th Amendments. They do have a state right in many areas. They don't
I
have to
don't know that
cooperate.
they have a state right in immigration, though.
No, they don't. But they don't have to cooperate. And Homan has said as much. He goes, if they don't want to cooperate, that's fine, but they better step out of the way with regard to a federal prerogative, which is immigration, especially when you're dealing with crime. And that they're talking about a lot of, they're going to put people in jail and they're going to separate families and put people in cages. No, that's not what's going to happen. They're going to, Trump in the first year is going to focus on criminals, on drug dealers, on drug traffickers, on sex traffickers, on people that are bad, violent people, all the, not the best, as Trump likes to say, and deport all of them. Good. And also, he's going to cut, as I said, I think I said earlier, they're going to cut off their money, which is going to save the taxpayers billions, and which is going to result in a self-deportation. If they don't have any more money, they won't stay.
Yeah.
Now, if some of them want to get jobs and be gainfully employed and not be criminals, I don't think that Trump's going to go after them. Maybe eventually
it's going to be wonderful to go after the criminal element,
right,
and look into all the corruption involved with putting these people up in hotels and whatnot.
That's right, and that's exactly what's happening in Massachusetts, and in other states. I mean, the state is going broke, putting people up in fancy hotels. They have this meal plan. They get $75 a day. I mean, and the state's hired a caterer to feed them all. I mean, the state is going broke. There's no logic to that. What are we supposed to get out of that? Meanwhile, so I think that once you cut that off, they're gonna leave, and we're gonna have millions of people.
Well, what it is virtue signaling with somebody else's money.
Yeah, but why is this a virtue? What's virtuous about bringing people in?
I hate to go back. I've mentioned the third time. It's this Model UN thing. You see, we have to do right by these people, and to take the old term from Rudyard Kipling, white man's burden, right? And,
I thought that there was a hilarious YouTuber. I don't know who he was, but he went to, during the campaign, he was knocking on the doors of people with Harris Waltz signs.
Oh yeah, I saw some.
Hey, we have an illegal alien here. And some guy would come out of the van. He wants to move. He wants to live with you. Will you take him in? It's like, so I mean, to a man they said no. Of course. What do you mean? I can't. I have children at home. I can't do that. No, you'll send them all. It's like what DeSantis did with Martha's Vineyard that time.
Martha's Vineyard.
It was hilarious. Martha's Vineyard deported them. They hired 150 National Guardsmen came to the island. They put them on a bus and they deported them, sent them to a camp, I might add, at Otis Air Force Base in the Cape. That's what the liberals did when it came to actually dealing with illegal aliens instead of sending them to the red states. Anyway, it's going to be very interesting to watch.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, it's, they're going to complain, but the point is that the American people voted for Trump, and it was a mandate. And that you want to talk democratic principles. That's what we have: democracy. We have democratic principles. They're complaining, well, Trump is going to get rid of agencies and he's going to fire all these people. Guess what? That's what every administration is supposed to do. Every administration actually has done degrees of this when they take office, because that's why we have elections. Why bother if you're going to just keep people in there forever? Why, that's a dictatorship. It's an oligarchy. Why bother having an election, really? Yes.
Well, why was it okay for Roosevelt to create all these agencies, but someone can't come back in and either consolidate them or eliminate them.
Or get
You know?
rid of them. And that's exactly what I think Trump's going to do, starting with the Department of Education. You get rid of about 80% of it, and maybe the rest of it can be absorbed by another department, the little piece, the tiny piece that they do that's actually of any worth. But you get rid of all of these federal agencies. And I think that with Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, that's exactly what Ramaswamy just gave an interview where he said, yeah, we're going to consolidate agencies, get rid of them in some cases. We're going to pare them down. That's what Musk did at Twitter, and it worked beautifully. That's what's going to happen. And I say hallelujah. I never thought I'd see the day. I remember the late Sam Blumenfeld back in the Birch Society. They've been talking about this for a generation, and you never thought it would happen. Well, it is happening. And they can, and as Steve Bannon would say, they can suck on it if they don't like it. He's on fire. You got to listen to him. I don't miss a show.
Oh, he is.
Since he got out of prison, he is like kicking. I mean, he's like amazing. I mean, he's great. I mean, I'd love to see Trump give him an appointment. He's tremendous. Although I'd like to see him stay at the War Room. I mean, he's doing he's got millions of followers. It's huge.
Yeah.
I mean, he's doing gangbusters over there.
Yeah, I hate to say this, but going to prison really helped his game. I think.
Oh, he didn't. He just came out. He's better than ever. He didn't miss a beat. I mean, he's roaring, and I just think that he should continue right where he is, where he's really playing a big role, in a way very similar to the role Rush Limbaugh played, except, he's taken the glove. Rush Limbaugh, in a way, kept the kind of.
He was
Yeah, I mean, he didn't go too far outside of certain lanes because he knew that they could pull the plug on him. But I think that with the internet, with Bannon, he doesn't care. He was already thrown off of Facebook and Twitter years ago. It didn't matter. He just keeps moving along. He's got his own network. He's consolidated it. I mean, to my way of thinking, they can't do to him what they could have done to Rush, just because of technology now being what it is. And so, yeah, I mean, I think that he should continue on doing exactly what he's doing. I mean, and other people, I mean, I certainly emulate that. Other people should try to create their network as well.
It's going to be an interesting holiday season.
and a festive one, I might add.
Yes, festive.
So, Mike, what do you have coming up on your Substack?
All right. Well, I had that piece that went out last night called "Victory," but we focused on the issue of blaming the consumer and your favorite guy, Alan Lichtman, who just gets to be more of a joke with every passing day. I mean, after he was pilloried on all these video forums, he gets interviewed on a YouTube video by his son, who said essentially that, well, even though
there's the only one left that will interview him.
Yeah. I mean,
and some of these left-wing historians, some of these left-wing historians have really gone off the deep end, like Mitchum, who he's written some pretty good books, completely Trump deranged, and Michael Beschloss, he wanted Trump to be executed.
Yes.
Remember that? Because of the after Mar-a-Lago was raided, because he had papers that might reveal some national secrets. Anyways, they've all shown their true colors. They're absolutely insane. So I guess I'll talk to you next week.
We will see you next week. Looking forward.
God bless America. All right. Thanks for joining me, everyone. Charles Moskowitz, welcome to the program. The movie in question is Beneath Sheep's Clothing, and my guest to talk about it is author Trevor Loudon. Trevor is a New Zealand author, speaker, political activist, blogger. He was vice president of ACT New Zealand, a classical liberal and right libertarian political party from 2006 to 2008, the author of 5 self-published books on U.S. politics. Trevor, thanks for joining me today. It's an honor.
Always good to be on. Thanks, Charles, for having me.
You know, Trevor, before we get started, I have to ask you about this New Zealand story with this haka, which took place
Right.
in the parliament. I mean, it's something that, in spite of myself, I can't stop watching it. It's fascinating. And what is going on there briefly? What's happening with that?
Well, we've got to see the head of the ACT party, which you mentioned I used to be the vice president of, is
Yes.
David Seymour. And I knew him very well when he was the head of Young ACT when I was the vice president. And he's introduced a bill defining the rights conferred to all citizens under the Treaty of Waitangi. That was signed in 1840. It's like your Declaration of Independence. It was a founding document of New Zealand. And what it was the Maori citizens, the native race, transferred sovereignty over New Zealand to the British Crown in exchange for British citizenship. Okay.
Mhm.
They became citizens. Now, the left, the communists, ever since then, have been trying to say, no, this was a partnership. Maori are equal partners to everybody else. Maori should have 50% of representation in government. Maori should have 50% of this, 50% of that, 50% control of the airwaves, the seabed, etc. So David Seymour's act law was to basically codify the rights so that Maori and everybody have exactly the same rights as everybody else. Nobody has special rights, which I 100% concur with. That's the principles that America is founded on. But the left spins this as though this is a horrible bill taking away the rights of people. No, it's not. It's stopping communists. The Maori Party is a communist party, effectively. Is stopping communists getting leverage over all of New Zealand society, way out of proportion to their numbers. So that's what it is. It's a complete scam. And David Seymour was calling out the scam and saying every New Zealander should have exactly the same rights, no more, no less, regardless of your ethnic origin, which I think you and probably all of your listeners would agree with, Charles.
Of course, and the bill doesn't take any rights away from the Maori. It just simply recognizes that all citizens of New Zealand are equal and that the Maori are free to organize their identity any way they choose. Doesn't change anything. It just it doesn't give special group rights to any particular group.
It just stops Marxists using race as a wedge issue to get more powerful themselves. Like, for instance, they were pushing things, and it happened in some places that Maori, who are 15% of the population, would get 50% representation on government boards. So this is a great way to blackmail people. Oh, we're on the Waikato Water Board. Well, if you want to build a new pipe, you'll just have to give a couple of $100,000 to our Maori Resource Centre. And then it's ending an endless stream of scams, of special privilege, of affirmative action. But the left-wing media, of course, says, oh, this is taking away rights from people. It's like saying if you arrest the mafia, you're taking away their rights.
Do the Maori have a particular geographic part of New Zealand, or are they well distributed throughout the country?
They're well distributed. Well, look, the further north you go, the more Maori it gets. Like New Zealand is about 1,000 miles long, 2 main islands. When I grew up in the South Island, Maori were probably 2% of the population. If in the far north are probably more like 40% of the population.
I see.
The further north you go, the more Maori citizens you find. But they are everywhere. Every community has Maori citizens.
And the other thing, I mean, this gets into a broader question of the indigenous issue, which is something the left is, I think, using on an international scale as a leverage to try to undermine sovereignty and to use people. And just to go to that briefly, my understanding is that historically, the Maori people and the British arrived in New Zealand roughly around the same time. It
No,
wasn't like they were there first, and if they were there first, it wasn't. It wasn't. We're not talking about a long period.
no. The Maori arrived about 1,000 years ago from the
Okay,
Polynesian islands, so they were well established by the time the British came. The British established formal sovereignty in 1840, but there'd been British communities there for about 60 years before that. A lot of Massachusetts whalers were there, by the way.
oh
There's a
sure,
lot of Massachusetts blood in certain communities in the northern,
interesting. Yeah.
because the sailors had to have something to do in their time off, and so there's a lot of Massachusetts ancestry in certain
Yes,
parts of the North Island.
just like a lot of
The whalers.
Massachusetts people are in Hawaii. They
Well,
settled here.
Exactly, because of the whaling industry and that sort of
Whaling industry and also missionaries,
yeah,
Puritan
exactly.
missionaries.
Well, that's exactly the same pattern in New Zealand, and the Maori are basically the same Polynesian race as the Hawaiians.
Understood.
They're the southern reach of the Polynesian diaspora, which went to Hawaii, Tahiti, and many islands in the South Pacific. But look, you're right about this being used internationally. The communists call this the nationalities question. It was devised by Stalin. It's where you don't have a working class, you find ethnic minorities, religious minorities, racial minorities that you can instill a sense of grievance in and use them as revolutionary cannon fodder. So this is the Hawaiian independence movement. It's a Marxist movement. The La Raza movement, which wants to return the southern states, southwestern states to Mexico.
Sure.
The communists who worked in the black community in America and the Native American community for decades. So this is a common thing. Wherever there's minorities, there's Marxists stirring them up.
Right, and they want to sow division, and they run on this assumption that somehow if a timeline indicates that a group of people were there before another group, they have some kind of a divine right to that country. And of course, they apply this very arbitrarily because they will never apply it to Jews trying
To Israel,
to
that's
their,
different. That's different.
to their homeland of that tiny little swath of land that we call Israel. I want to bring things to politics right now, and I feel remiss if I don't talk about the fact that after the resounding victory, thank God, of President Donald J. Trump to serve a second term, he received both the electoral vote and the popular vote. It's interesting that all those states that were trying to get rid of the electoral college by signing a pact saying that all of their electors will go to whoever wins the popular vote, they're now going to have to send all their electors to support Trump.
Yeah,
Including
isn't that
California.
a sweet injustice? Isn't that sweet justice?
Yes, and also that Republicans have taken both houses of Congress, and it does look like we're moving toward a significant realignment politically, one that is as profound as any going back to the Reconstruction after the Civil War.
Yep.
But they are causing a lot of problems in these miserable final weeks of this lame duck, illegitimate, illuminated, radical regime. They're trying to trigger World War III in Ukraine. And I do think that that's obvious. Now you have green lights for the Ukrainians to fire advanced missiles into Russia and place landmines. And it's all happening in these final weeks. I think that they're trying to embroil the United States into a world war, which will, of course, make it difficult for President Trump to fulfill the mandate that he called for, which is to bring about a negotiated peace in that war. Do you think that is the case?
Well, look, I'm a big Ukraine supporter, so I'm glad they're getting these capabilities. But yes,
Right.
Look, Biden didn't. The Ukrainians have been pleading for 2 years to be able to strike back into Russia when they've got troops massed across the border ready to attack them. They're not allowed to attack them. So now Biden has given them some limited capability right at the end of his term. I think this is basically to take a card off President Trump's table.
Okay.
Basically, there's nothing to do with helping Ukraine here, though I'm glad they have the ability to defend themselves. This is all about sabotaging President Trump.
Well, that's right. And I think that both sides want a negotiated peace at this point. And I don't think it's realistic for the Ukrainians to expect Russia to return Crimea or some of those eastern provinces. So there's going to have
Russia wants all of Ukraine. Russia's not going to negotiate.
Well, that's right. That's why there has to be a negotiated
all
peace.
of Ukraine. So there is no negotiated peace.
Okay.
Really, in my opinion, because
All
Russia said quite plainly, we want all of Ukraine, not just the parts we occupy, all of it.
Right, but they're not going to get all of Ukraine because
they're not going to negotiate till they do.
Well, that's just it. There has to be painful concessions. A war can only end with a total victory by one side or painful negotiations to result in the compromise. And I think that Trump's position is that to protect Ukrainian sovereignty, there's going to have to be, and to stop the war and the killing, there's going to have to be a painful negotiated peace. And that's sort of where I am with it. But let's go on to your movie. It's
not mine, it's Julie Bieling's movie, but I'm interviewed in it.
You're interviewed in it?
Yeah.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the movie because it gets into a topic of how much communism and communist ideas have infiltrated our liberal Western democracies, and something right under our eyes which we don't see. It's imperceptible, but yet done in the broad daylight. So
yeah, well, look, the movie is Beneath Sheep's Clothing, and Julie Bieling did it. She was a missionary in Russia not long after the collapse of communism, and wrote a thesis on how the Russians suppressed, how the Soviet communists suppressed religion, specifically the techniques they used. And she found that when she got back to the States, she found that the Democrats were using exactly the same tactics against Christian churches and conservative Jews, Catholics, etc. here, even Mormons. And so what she's done the movie basically showing us how we're in a communist revolution. That's what we're in right now. Now, Donald Trump has put the brakes on that, and he's going to reverse a lot of it. But we got to understand that's what we're in.
Right.
We're in a 70% completed communist revolution. They have our education system. They have Hollywood. They have sport. They have most of the universities. They have the Democratic Party, the unions, and they're trying to consolidate their power by winning one more time and legalizing 30 million illegal immigrants, so who will then vote Democrat religiously. So we're in a revolution. Donald Trump is putting the brakes on, but they ain't going away. No. They're going to be fighting tooth and nail, and I mean violently, lawfare, everything. And Julie's is the best movie I've seen out there that actually makes it real to people that that's what we're in. That we can understand that this isn't just stupid Democrats or silly liberals. Open borders, the indoctrination of kids, destruction of the energy industry, all of it is communism. All of it is a manifestation of the American communist movement, which is allied to various foreign communist movements.
Yes, I mean, well, more philosophically, I think that Whittaker Chambers got it right in his book Witness when he noted that communism is the world's second oldest religion, and that it goes by different names at every generation, but what it is essentially rule by man, as opposed to the sovereignty of a creator of the universe, with man under God having a limited sovereignty. And that every generation has had to grapple with this idea. It really, in the modern times, was launched with the French Revolution. In the United States, it was launched, I think, or got the successful foothold with the election of Wilson in 1912, and the transfer of sovereign powers to unelected bureaucracies like the Federal Reserve and the Council on Foreign Relations and all these other groups that are shadowy and unelected and don't represent the people. President Trump has thrown a stick into the hornet's nest by basically openly calling for a return of sovereignty to the people under God and not to this clique of internationalists who want perpetual war and the erosion of sovereign borders. And for that reason, while he won, the war goes on. It's not over. In fact, this is just the beginning. They're not going to sit down and allow for a reversal of hundreds of years of setting the stage for their creation of this international beehive of where nation states become just pro forma and provinces of a world order.
Yeah, look, and you now analyze it perfectly, Charles. This is ultimately satanic. You know, the natural order of things is God, man, nature. You know, and there's hierarchies. You know, we're given institutions to govern ourselves, like the church, like civil government, like the family. They're the godly institutions. So communism in its various forms, and you're right, it's gone back thousands of years, has always sought to overthrow and undermine the church, to overthrow and undermine the family, and to overthrow and undermine civil government, to basically give Satan the upper hand on earth. That's what communism it is, and its various names. Today we call it sometimes globalism or the deep state, but it is communism, and it's heavily influenced by China, by Iran, by Cuba, by North Korea, other countries who have control over large numbers of our senators and congressmen, and have their agents working all over our communities. Like if you look at Boston, you know, there's a group there called the Chinese Progressive Association, which is a communist group, works with the Chinese Communist Party, and basically runs the Boston City Council and runs Elizabeth Warren and many of your other Congress members. So
and
all
Michelle
over
Wu.
America.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, Massachusetts is behaving in a very strange way. I think particularly since Maura Healey and Michelle Wu were elected.
Yeah.
And you have this phenomena, I think, manifested in this spending, maxing out the state budget to pay for bringing illegal aliens in and putting them up in nice hotels, giving them 3 meals a day. There's no sense to it. There's no logic to it, and the state's going broke over it.
Unless it's part of a revolution.
Yeah, and now they're covering up a pedophile scandal that involves these people. I'm not going to go into details about it because it's a story that's just emerging. But in normal times, this would be enough to force them all out of government, but it won't happen here. They just control the levers. I mean, the Boston Globe is a huge power in the state, has been for many, many decades, and they kind of call the shots in terms of what is permissible and what isn't in the public sphere. And I'm sure Massachusetts is just a microcosm for a lot of other states, not all. We have some, they call the red states, more freedom oriented, but they still control what, the high ground of the culture, as you say. I mean, I think there was Andrew Breitbart once said that, politics is downstream from culture, and they control the big culture, the big media, big tech, big, entertainment, Hollywood, all of it, academia. They really have, and they have worked to develop this stranglehold on it slowly over time. It's like a Fabian approach where they gradually weed out their opposition and install their friends and agents.
That's exactly how it works. How do you take over a university or a union or a church or a government? You just get a few people into key positions, secretary of a union, president of a union, chancellor of a college, head of a sociology department in a college, and they just hire their friends. They keep hiring their friends, and they get rid of any opposition. And that's in 10 years, you could take over a university or a church or a labor union. And that's what's happened. Most of our institutions in America, the unions, churches, Hollywood to a large degree, are controlled by communist sympathizers. many of them loyal to China. And one way it exhibited, if you look at all the states that had the harshest lockdowns during COVID, Massachusetts being one of them, Minnesota being another, headed by Tim Walz, the Chinese communist aficionado,
Indeed, yes.
California, Hawaii, Oregon, all of the states that had the worst lockdowns were all the states with the most Chinese influence. Because
Right.
it was designed not for public health, it was all about wrecking our economy. Because
Right,
if you have
and it
no
was
economy,
had
you have
nothing to do. That's a huge scandal, and they were able to shut down small, as you say, mom and pop businesses,
yeah,
and while leaving the big box stores open, shut down the churches, shut down the schools. Children had to get education through Zoom, which, by the way, actually turned out to backfire on them because we got to see what was
yes, I
going on.
agree. I agree. Yeah, exactly.
And eventually the regime had a major setback. Thank God for the Canadian truckers who
Yeah,
stood up and said, "We're not going to go for the forced vaccines of the jab," which of course is questionable. And the whole regime collapsed here in Boston. Michelle Wu, our new mayor, talk about maybe communist associations.
oh, absolutely. She is
Yeah, I mean, her first
very
act
heavily
was
tied into the communist movement.
you couldn't go into a store or a restaurant unless you showed your card proving you'd had the vaccine. And that happened right when the truckers struck, and there was fear that the trucker strike would spread to the United States. So they backed down, and she backed down.
Yeah,
And so they had a setback, but they're going to try something else. I mean, this is it's only a matter of time. I think that they've had another setback with the election of Trump.
yeah,
And the team that he's putting together is tremendous. They're going after every one of them. They have people who they're planting a strategy, from what I understand, where they're going to sue everybody. Every movie he makes is going to be lawsuits, attempts to
yeah.
impeach him. And I think that Trump has become sophisticated enough, and the people around him, that they're going to respond by countersuing. They'll tie them up. I mean, they'll bleed them out. This is a tough group, and I just was censored on TikTok. I guess I said something that PO'd the TikTokers, so I've been suspended for a week. Sorry about that. So anyway, that's the agenda. Look, I mean, it's happening in real time here. They still.
Well, it's wonder because we were talking about Chinese influence in the
Yes, I think that was
globe.
the key. Mentioning Chinese influence.
Yeah,
I think you're absolutely right, which is profound. China has, basically established a censorship regime in the United States with scores of, they got the EKG thing. I mean, they got rid of that to an extent, where if you don't rate well in 3 areas: economy, environment, governance, and social consciousness, you get a lower score and you can't function as well. I mean, that's open in China, but in this country, it's a little more subtle.
yeah.
But it's a gradual tightening up of control over the lives and the destinies of citizens.
Well, that's right. And what people see these things, they see the open borders, they see the ESG, they see this transgender education, they see the lockdowns, they see the destruction of the US energy industry, all of these things. What they don't see is that these are all arms of the communist octopus. All of these can be linked back to China. The COVID, obviously, Black Lives Matter was a Chinese operation.
Right.
The election, every state has major Chinese-backed election voter registration organizations. The Chinese Progressive Association does that for you in Chinatown. They run Boston through doing that. So if people understood the actual depth of Chinese penetration of every level of our society, from Congress and the Senate to Hollywood to the unions, whatever, they would be shocked beyond measure. But this is why they had to get rid of Trump with the COVID and the Black Lives Matter and the election shenanigans. And now they're freaking out because they've overplayed their hand and Trump is a lot smarter this time and a lot better people around him. So we're going to see a battle royal coming up over the next few years. But as the point being, don't go to sleep. It ain't over. Too many people went to sleep the first time Trump got elected, and they came back and they won the election and they rubbed our noses in it like little puppies in the carpet, you know?
Right.
And we got to understand Trump's a leader, but we got to all be involved in taking our country back, all of us.
Yes, indeed. And we, as we said, the battle is just beginning. I mean, it's a great victory. We should bask in it and enjoy it as we enter into the festive season. But they're setting all kinds of booby traps for Trump. And I mean, even Obama did this when he set up the Steele dossier, and he put people that they call it burrowing. They burrow people into the civil service and into administrations and positions that you can't remove them. I mean, right now, in the final miserable days of this administration, Elizabeth Warren and a couple of other senators are trying to shove radical judges into place. And by the way, shame on Ted Cruz and J.D. Vance for not going into the Senate and working to stop this. They're sitting on their laurels. It's these are positions that are going to be with us for decades.
And look, their own literature, I read the left literature, they're talking about the job is to entrench their word, entrench as many justices in the system as we can to hold up the Trump agenda, entrench their word. So this is a very organized, very disciplined, very focused revolutionary program that we're dealing with.
Indeed, it is a color revolution. In fact, recently, one of the congressmen, I forget his name, he openly stated that they're setting up a, quote, shadow government. They want Shifty Schiff, who basically lied for years about having proof that Putin colluded with Trump to steal the 2016 election. He's going to be set up as a shadow attorney general. And they're going to everything that whatever Trump does or any of his cabinet members, they're going to counter it. So, I mean, this is like, it's subversion at its worst. And they point to the British system as an example. Well, guess what? We kicked out that system in 1776. I mean, we don't want to go back to that.
No, we don't. We got a constitutional republic, which has set the country free and made the most prosperous and great country in the world. But he just mentioned Schiff. All the time he was going on about Russian collusion, he was working closely with the Committee of 100, Communist China's main influence operation in America. So he was going on about Russia, and nobody called him for his China. Deeply in bed with the Chinese Communist Party all through that time, and nobody called him on it. And that's why I write my books exposing this kind of stuff. But Adam Schiff is hardcore, and he's connected to the Committee of 100, which, as I keep saying, is Communist China's main influence operation in America. But this is the thing, Elizabeth Warren is deeply tied into the Chinese Progressive Association, Communist China's main influence group in Massachusetts. So is Ed Markey. So are several of your congressmen. So is Michelle Wu. So are several other people on the city council. China controls Boston. China controls San Francisco, LA, Boston, I believe Portland, Oregon, certainly Honolulu, and many other cities around the country, the Twin Cities as well. And so we got to understand how deep this is and the battle that Trump's got on his hands, and that we have to play a role in this.
What we can do is exactly what you're doing right now, Trevor, which is to identify, expose, and then oppose the nature of this conspiracy. And I use that word openly because they call it that themselves. I mean, the entire communist edifice is by nature a conspiracy. They don't operate.
That's what they call themselves. Yeah.
They're not operating out in the open. I mean, they are subverting institutions because they know that if they came out in the open, they would be kicked out so quickly their heads would spin. So they do it through, careful subversive, well-studied means of changing perceptions. People that are involved in this, some of them don't even know they're involved in it.
Yeah.
You know, it's very, very tricky and very difficult to detect, which is why it's very important, especially now with Trump coming to power, that we get into identifying the nature of this. And by the way, your blog is called the New Zeal blog. I really recommend
TrevorLoudon.com or New Zeal blog. Yeah.
TrevorLoudon.com, New Zeal blog, shining the torch for liberty. You get into American politics. You have your book is Stealth, Kamala Harris's Communist Roots. That was something that I think people did become aware of that one.
Well, that's the book just behind me. You can see it just there. Stealth,
Yes.
Kamala Harris's Communist Roots. But that is not just about Kamala. That's about the movement that made her, the communist voter registration groups, the massive communist infiltration in California and other states. So yeah, I recommend that. But you know, Beneath Sheep's Clothing is a must see for everybody too. You know, people.
I mean, the reason they couldn't steal the election this time around is because the Republicans at least learned some lessons from last time, and they were able to field thousands of volunteers who worked the polling places, who sat in the counting rooms to make sure that there were more eyeballs on those absentee ballots. They couldn't do a mass mailing of absentee ballots this time around, but they couldn't pull it off. But yet they still are counting in some places. They're still trying to do rear guard actions.
See, there's a group called Seed the Vote, which is run by the Chinese Progressive Association of San Francisco, which works directly with the Chinese consulate. They are running the vote curing operations around the country. That's where they send their people, and they're openly saying this is to get more seats for the Democrats. They're openly saying this. So that this Chinese operation is going around finding faulty ballots and getting them cured. But they only get them cured and admitted if they're Democrat ballots. If they think they're a Republican ballot, if the person who did it is a Republican, they're not going to cure theirs.
No,
so
they
they're
get
still trying to steal seats. They're still trying to steal state Senate seats and congressional seats around the country right now. This is China.
There's still 3 seats they're counting in California. And of course, you have in Pennsylvania the attempt to steal the Senate seat. One of the electors, one of the election officials there actually openly admitted that they were counting illegal ballots. And she said, I don't care because everyone breaks the law anyway. So even their communistic governor has come out, Shapiro, and has put a stop to it. It's just so obvious that they can't do it.
You should be going back and throwing out all the ones that have slipped through.
Yes, they should. And also, we do have now groups on our side like Turning Point USA. You've got Charlie Kirk, and you've got others who are curing ballots for us. So, I mean, they've learned some lessons. They're going out and doing, voter harvesting now because that's how the system works. We all voted early this time around. We didn't wait for election day. We didn't fall into that trick. They still stole Arizona, but the stealing has been met on the field by people who are playing that same game. And I think that's been very important. Although now that President Trump has won, I hope that he doesn't forget about the fact that we need national reforms on voting. We need national voter ID. We need to have paper ballots, get rid of the machines. Elizabeth Warren in Massachusetts put a bill up in 2018, I mean, where she said that the voting machines are rigged and that we need all paper ballots. Of course, she denies that now, but that's we have to call that up and say, I support Elizabeth Warren's bill.
And I do too, but that's the thing, isn't it? All these reforms have to be put in place, and people have to go to jail for committing vote fraud.
Oh, absolutely. And by the way, it's not voters who are
stealing your car or stealing your ballot.
Yeah, I mean, this is a crime. It's a felony. It's not individuals committing voter fraud either. That's it's election fraud. It's ballot fraud.
It's organized, hardcore. It's like an organized crime issue, and I want President Trump to set up an organized crime unit, federal government that goes and does RICO lawsuits against the organized ballot crime operations in Boston, in New York, in Los Angeles, in Chicago, and you start finding the low level people, and you say, we've got you for vote fraud. You get 2 years in jail, but you can go free if you rat on who paid you, and you go up the chain and you find the people at the top and you put them in jail. And if you do that, vote fraud will be gone. It'll be over.
I think that's an excellent program. I mean, those rotten big city machines have been in power by these means for several decades now. That goes back to the 1960s.
At least, and we're not going to fix the country unless we fix that problem.
Oh, I totally agree with you. That's the first priority, returning the voting system to one man, one vote. And the integrity and sacredness of that system has to be restored. So, Trevor, just briefly, let's talk a little bit about this movie again that you're here to promote. What will people expect to see if they get this movie?
What they'll expect to see is understanding that communism is alive in America, and it's way more powerful than they think, and it'll show how it's done, the ways this is manifesting, because we all see these weird things going on, whether it's open borders or transgenderism or the attacks on the energy industry, whatever it is, but we don't understand that it's cohesive, that this is part of an organized program by our enemies to bring us down. So the movie features me, James Lindsay, Alex Newman, and a whole bunch of other people some of whom lived under Soviet communism and are talking what they saw back in their own country. They see is exactly the same that was happening in our country until the last election, and still is happening, though now more on the defensive than it was. So look, it's a great movie. It's very, very gripping and very educational. And I want millions of Americans to see it. I really do. And I don't make any money off it. I was in it because I believed in it. And I just want people to see it.
And now more than ever is the time to learn these these messages, these lessons, and to examine your local politics, your state politics, and when you see strange things going on, like governors saying, I'm not going to allow illegal alien criminals to be deported, or I support sex change operations for children, or any of these other things which are hard to explain, you know that there's something rotten underneath, because these are not things that people elected our government to do or to allow.
These are not stupid people. They're saying crazy stuff, but they're not stupid people. These things only make sense if they have an agenda to weaken and divide the country in preparation for a revolution. And you got to look at it through that lens. And Beneath Sheep's Clothing will help you to understand that lens, how we actually look at these phenomena and see the connections between them.
I can already see the battle lines forming around the issue of deportation of illegal aliens.
Yes, absolutely.
And I think that the Trump administration is going to focus on, first of all, deporting the worst people. I mean, certainly in the first year, criminals, fentanyl dealers, drug dealers, violent criminals. And also, I think that there's going to be a massive self-deportation because they're going to cut off the money. They're going to cut off the fancy hotels and the dinners and the credit cards. Even Mayor Adams in New York is already starting to do this, which is why I think he's under attack.
100%.
He's actually shown a little independence, and I think that's going to be the Trump strategy. But their strategy is going to be to try to resurrect all of this old demonization. Oh, he's separating families and the children in cages. And we're going to hear all that kind of propaganda.
Yeah.
How do we respond to that?
Well, I think like Leo Hohmann is, you don't apologize for it. You
Yep.
said these people are criminally in the United States. They are taking the place of legal immigrants. There is no justice for this, and for the integrity of the American system, and for a lesson to all of those around the world who want to cheat that system. These people must not be allowed to enjoy the fruits of their criminal activity. And when I say criminal activity, jumping the border is a crime.
Exactly.
It's not just you. Everybody who is here illegally is a criminal by definition. You know, they've
That's right.
committed
And we have to
immigration
stand up for
fraud.
law and order. Yeah. And the idea that they would be flown in by the Biden people, that shows how Biden, I think, to the degree that he had any scruples or brain left, was very compromised, probably by China. And
100%.
yeah.
Yeah, he's China's man. He's been China's man since at least 2001. He was Russia's man since the early 70s, and Iranian's man since the late 70s. But you know, but this, look, allowing the borders to go wide opening, having 10, 15 million people streaming across the border, that's not stupidity.
No.
That is a deliberate program to alter the United States on a permanent basis, to swamp the conservative voting base, to cripple the hospitals, cripple the education system, and economically destroy us. That only makes sense if it's malicious. This is not, these people are not that stupid.
Oh, no, it's quite deliberate.
You know, it is absolutely deliberate. The goal is the social transformation of America on a permanent basis towards socialism. You imagine, had Kamala Harris got in and she legalized 30 million illegal immigrants who then voted 90% Democrat, that was their goal, to have a one-party state that could never be thrown out, ever.
You never get rid. You'll never get rid.
Close to getting it.
You never. Once you have a communistic government in place, it's very difficult to get rid of it. I mean, look at Venezuela. You can look at the Soviet Union. It took almost 100 years to get rid of that. I mean, it's they become. They immediately assume control of all of the levers of power, all of the nexus of influence in a country, and there's just no defeating them. So I mean, yeah.
You know, people used to say to me when I campaigned against communism in the 80s, they'd say, "Oh, Trevor, if the people in Russia didn't like communism, they'd just organize a revolution and throw it off." And I'd say, look, to do that, you need a few people, right? So you got a room, you got 25 people in it. You're going to organize a revolution. 5 of those people are KGB informants, but you don't know who they are. And if they tell the KGB what you're doing, you're going to get executed. So are you really going to try and organize this counter-revolution?
No, they use, of course, they have the mechanism of terror. I mean, I've talked to a couple of Iranian exiles here who have told me that they go back. Some people try to go back and they all get killed. I mean, it's just they control that ability and they have an outreach all over the world. And so, you know, through terror, certainly China does this. China has in colleges the Confucius clubs, which keep an eye on Chinese students, making sure they're in line. You know,
yeah,
so
and they had about 17 secret Chinese police stations in Minneapolis and others, monitoring anybody who might say something bad about China, and then their families will get pressured. They will get kidnapped. They've actually kidnapped people from this country and taken them back to China. Chinese nationals living in America who have criticized the Chinese regime have been kidnapped and returned to China.
Oh yeah, and
that was right under Tim Walz's nose. Tim, China-loving Walz in Minnesota, was allowing this to go on.
Yes, and it's something that, I mean, we can see how China even handles its own citizens. People disappear if they run afoul of the the Communist Party. So, so Trevor, let my viewers and listeners know where they could get more information about you and your excellent work.
Yeah, trevorloudon.com. That's my website. All my books are available there. And Beneath Sheep's Clothing, you go to beneathsheepsclothing.com or go to Amazon and look it up and get a copy
Excellent.
there.
Trevor Loudon, as always, I want to thank you for joining me. Great conversation. Welcome to the program. Charles Moskowitz here, live. Taking your calls, 508-637-5596, 508-637-5596, or you can text me or chat me, whatever you want to call it. I'm also live on TikTok right now and on Podomatic, so thank you. And of course, the flagship station is Rumble. Welcome aboard. Thank God, first of all, I just want to say again that President Trump has won a resounding victory. This is not something that for 1 minute I or anyone in this country should take for granted. This is not only a miracle, but it is a game changer in world history for the better. We really bit the bullet recently by avoiding another illegitimate regime. I don't want to go more than that with regarding the opposition because TikTok will take me down. There's still censorship. But I just feel grateful. I feel happy about it. I almost at a loss for words. However, we need to continue the fight forward. This is just the beginning. President Trump, God willing, will be inaugurated and will begin his administration on January 20th of next year. And I can only count down the days. We don't know what kind of mischief they may be pulled off in the meantime. It looks like they're trying to instigate World War III. Maybe embroil the administration into a war with Russia, nuclear Russia. They're going to start authorizing American missiles in the last weeks of this miserable administration. That's really, I don't think anything that anyone sees in any other way than a deliberate, blatant attempt to try to launch World War III. The new administration, God willing, they get to the finish line without that happening, and without them killing half the population of the planet, will be in a position to negotiate a reasonable peace with both sides of that war. A war that really, we now know from information recently released that the Biden regime, whoever was running the shop over there, instigated and started when they had Biden go up and give a speech where he basically gave a green light to a limited Russian invasion of Ukraine. And that's exactly what happened. You know, it's interesting if you look at these things from a modern geopolitical standpoint, that a lot of wars were started that way. Korea was started that way. You had Secretary of State Dean Acheson deliver a speech a couple of weeks before North Korea launched a full invasion of South Korea at the National Press Club. He was the Secretary of State, where he said basically the same thing. He gave a green light to North Korea invading South Korea by saying that South Korea was outside of the U.S. defense zone. You know, so many other double talk kind of references. So you have to ask yourself, why do they want war? They want war because they want world order, and they want to wipe people out and weaken the world in a way broadly, and more specifically, various populations, socially, psychologically, culturally, every other way, so that they can implement their world order designs. They can turn the United States into a province of the world, as a sort of a gendarme of the world. And also they make money from it. arms dealers. I mean, it's interesting that the Clinton family, the Bill and Hillary, reestablished the Clinton Global Initiative shortly after the launch of the Ukraine war. These are scams. They're making money from taxpayers, with the blood of young people in these countries, and enormous suffering. And I mean, the immorality of it is impossible to calculate. And they have an interest in keeping perpetual war. The historian Charles Austin Beard developed, kind of blew the lid on this. He was an establishment historian in the 1920s with his book, Perpetual War for Perpetual Peace, noting that has been the policy of what, you might euphemistically call the Anglo-American establishment, the United States, the British Commonwealth Empire, and all of their apparatus, including their secret apparatus, such as the Council on Foreign Relations and networks of other societies. That has been their policy since World War I. Perpetual war for perpetual peace, constant nation building, constant interventions, constant arms dealing, and war, right up until today. Donald Trump was a distractor. He stopped this. He came in and he said, no, the United States will have peace through strength. We'll offer a hand of support to our allies and a hand of friendship to our allies, but we will not any longer engage in this perpetual war. We are the peace party. That's why we one of the many reasons why we elected Trump, to get us out of wars, to stop this policy. Hi, you're joining me on TikTok. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. How you doing?
Good, very good. What are your thoughts?
What do you say?
Yeah, welcome aboard. We're talking about the new administration coming up. We're talking about this push toward World War III on the part of this decrepit Biden regime. What do you think?
Oh, that's really nice, though. Like, where are you coming from?
Well, I'm in Boston. Where are you?
Oh, you're in Boston. I'm from Africa.
Really? Which country?
Yeah, Nigeria.
Nigeria, wonderful. Great country. One of the powerhouses of Africa. I understand there's a fantastic...
Yeah. We're the giant of Africa,
You got a great economy. You've got great... Lagos has a great skyline.
Great economy. Like, the economy is bad. Like, we didn't have any fucking great economy, to be sincere with you.
Oh, okay. Well, I hope that Nigeria could be a leader in African sovereignty, in the development of all these great independent states. I know there's some corruption, and that's too bad. Maybe you should run for prime minister.
Yeah. I know. Yeah, I know, right? I don't know if everything goes better,
Well, what do you people think?
What are you up to now? Like,
well, I'm just doing a live stream here on my station. Let me ask you, what is your impression of President-elect Donald Trump?
Oh, you mean the elected president Donald Trump, right?
Yes. What do you think?
Wow. Yeah, I think it's a good decision for the Americans. Trump is a leader, is a all-round and father that knows what to do,
Yes.
He's someone that is moved with a great ambition that wants to make America great again,
Yes. I couldn't agree with you more. And by the way, I've talked to people overseas, and they're generally very, very favorable
I'm
to
very
Trump.
happy
Good.
for Trump and for American people.
Thank you for saying that. And we're very excited and hopeful, that we want to have a more prosperous and freer world. So very good. I think that most people I've spoken to overseas have said this. They're grateful and happy that Trump is in office because they want to stop the wars and they want to stop the...
Everybody's happy that Trump is obvious.
I agree. Listen, thank you for joining me. Nice to see you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. You're welcome. Anytime.
All right.
Yeah. All right, my friend.
All right. Take care. All right. So you're welcome to join me, obviously, on TikTok. This was. And by the way, you could call in at 508-637-5596, 508-637-5596. So I want to get to the main. I mean, I'm kind of riffing here and not getting into the main subject that I suggested today and that I put on the masthead, and that is the MAGA cabinet, the appointments that President Trump have made. All of them are brilliant and excellent. All of them must be approved and must be seated. It's that simple. Donald Trump won the election. He won on the Electoral College. He won on the popular vote. He swept all of the so-called battleground states. Congress is Republican, both Senate and House. And he made inroads in all of the blue states, by the way, including Massachusetts. And thus, he has a mandate to govern, and we must ensure his ability to govern smoothly and effectively, not like last time. And the most important way to do that is to ensure that all of his nominees are confirmed and put into office. Now, the deep state, as President Trump calls them, the double government, as Michael J. Glennon calls them in his book by the same name. He's a professor emeritus at Tufts University, Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy. He's a former legal counsel to the U.S. Senate. He's an insider. The military-industrial complex, as Eisenhower called it. The power elite, as C. Wright Mills calls it, my sociology mentor. They will do whatever they have to do to try to stymie, slow down, impede, obfuscate the Trump mandate. They're already talking about setting up a, quote, shadow government, unquote, with people like Shifty Schiff from California operating as Attorney General. I mean, it's really, really subversive and frankly un-American. This is what they even say openly. I mean, there's an interview about this that I listened to on NPR. I forget the name of the guy, but he said that the British have been doing this for many centuries. Yeah, the British. I think we got away from them when we kicked out King George III. I mean, excuse me, but hello, we had a Declaration of Independence. We don't do that here. We may be, the Democrats could be part of what's called the loyal opposition, of course, and they absolutely should criticize. I do. I mean, we all do. That's American. But the idea of setting up a shadow government, really? Anyway, it's more serious than that. And the big problem, of course, is not really them. The problem is the rhinos. The problem is people like Mitch McConnell, who is anti-Trump, who hurt Trump in the first term through, dragging his feet, making sure that he couldn't function in many areas. He's going, thank God he's out. But his replacement, John Thune of North Dakota, is apparently his protege, and that's very bad. It's not good that he won. I will say about John Thune that when he started in Congress, probably about 12 years ago, he was a Christian. His main motive was to bring morality and faith to his functioning as a U.S. Senator. And he was a pretty good guy. I don't know. I think that, power corrupts, as Lord Acton said, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. and that political figures, when they're in office too long, are all, without exception, bad people. President Trump, by the way, is proposing term limits, which would be great. And I think Thune possibly has become corrupted by the system. You no longer are serving the interests of the country, the interests of your own constituents, and you start to serve your own interests and do favors and trade favors with other political figures, and you lose your moorings. I don't know if that's true about Thune. So far, he has said he's recognized President Trump's mandate, and he has said that he will allow for recess appointments, if not bringing people through the process quickly. We'll see. There is an insider fight over this right now, because McConnell has apparently gone on record as saying that he's going to oppose recess appointments, even though it's been done before. It was done by President Obama, by the way. And yet, Mike Johnson has stood up. So we have an ally in him, at least at this time. I wouldn't trust anyone, but he seems to be a stand-up guy. He has stood up and said that the Constitution states that both houses of Congress have to agree to a recess, and if they don't, then the president, as chief executive, can come in and call a recess for Congress. Now, that is a constitutional theory. I'm not sure it's ever been done before, but Mike Johnson is a pretty smart lawyer. He has stated this by quoting from the Constitution, and that is one way to get it done. Either way, it has to be done. We have to get all of President Trump's nominees in their seat. We have to do it now. We have to call our congressmen, our senators, our representatives, and let them know in no uncertain terms that we expect all of President Trump's nominees to be seated in their respective offices. Now, Pete Hegseth and Matt Gaetz, particularly Matt Gaetz, they seem to have some personal problems, or did have some personal problems, that are being brought up as ways to stop them. I would argue that this is very political, because those same types of problems would not have been brought up had they been playing ball. I mean, whatever Matt Gaetz was doing before his marriage, I think he was married in 2018, it doesn't look good. It's not good, free, solid moral behavior, okay? Whatever it is, and I'm not saying any of it is even true, but I think probably a percentage of it is true. It was before he was married. It was before he was in Congress. It was before he was married. He is married now. Apparently, marriage has done for him what it does for a lot of men, in that it's made him better, made him more moral. It's straightened him out. And, and by the way, I would contrast that with Bill Clinton, who really misbehaved after his marriage, or probably before too, and who did, the stuff that Gaetz is accused of is nothing, remotely comparable to the activities of Bill Clinton. Not to mention other major figures like Joe Biden, for example. Let's not forget about Tara Reid and other people. I mean, this is the kind of thing that goes on. It's not good, and it should be identified, but it's personal. It's not, it's not really should not have bearing on his career. He's not running for Pope. He's no angel. He doesn't hold himself up as some paragon of virtue. He's a tough lawyer, smart, He'll defend President Trump and protect him. He'll protect the MAGA movement. He will investigate the real corruption that has permeated the Department of Justice. You know, you have a guy like Merrick Garland, he's probably as straight as an arrow. I mean, he's probably never, he's never even jaywalked. And yet he has launched a complete politicization of the Department of Justice, using it to spy on political opponents of the present regime, however they're perceived, spying on parents as they go to school board meetings because they criticize critical race theory or transgender surgeries or COVID laws, spying on Catholics in church, spying on pro-life Christians protesting outside of an abortion clinic, spying on whoever else this regime sees as an enemy. That's, that's evil. That's un-American. I mean, he's turning the FBI into a Gestapo, basically. And by the way, I hope Kash Patel is chosen as FBI director. That would be a beautiful thing. So I would rather have somebody who is going to go in and know how to function. And you should see, you can watch it on YouTube, some of Matt Gaetz's examination of corruption in Congress, when he questions Merrick Garland, when he questions Christopher Wray. He is just a tremendous lawyer and advocate, and he thunders and he takes no prisoners. He just goes in and he does it. So I think that he would be a fantastic attorney general. I understand he's got some personal problems. I think that we need to turn a blind eye, overlook those, and look at the interests of the country and of this administration first. Same thing with Pete Hegseth. I don't know a lot about Pete Hegseth, but I know who his enemies are. And he's a decorated veteran. I mean, my sense is that he's interesting because of the fact that for 20 years, he actually was directly involved in real combat, unlike people like Mark Milley and, these sort of desk officers who really never saw combat. And as such, he's a disruptor of the system. He understands the actual inner workings, the guts of the military. And in that capacity, I think that he is a person who more likely will make the military what it should be, which is a fighting force, a force that can protect both coasts, that can protect America from invasion. That's why we have it. It's not a social experiment. I think that Hegseth will get rid of that aspect of the military, and that is something that is good for all of us. In fact, all of the cabinet positions are oriented in that way. They want to bring back the function of their respective offices to its original function. Most of them have expanded too far beyond those functions, and they've particularly gotten involved in politics. The obvious example is the FBI. Now, the FBI has always been problematic. I mean, under J. Edgar Hoover, it was problematic. It was spying on people. But at least Hoover went after genuine enemies of the United States, like the Ku Klux Klan, like the Communist Party, like the Mafia. Since, I think probably starting with Mueller, and then on through Comey, and then finally with Wray, you have these political lawyers who are not agents, who don't have a background in, investigation work, who basically have used the FBI and turned the FBI into a political house. I mean, that goes after people they don't like. I mean, Comey made his bones by going after Martha Stewart, right? I mean, it's just, it became arbitrary, and it's dangerous for freedom. So I hope that Kash Patel is the nominee, and I believe that he'll make it right. Anyway, I'm going to take off at this point, but I will just give out the number one more time if you'd like to call in. 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596. So just to encapsulate here and sort of wind it up. Thank God President Trump has won. We need to enjoy and feel happy and grateful for that victory. I certainly do, especially as we enter into the Thanksgiving, Christmas, Hanukkah season. I feel good. I mean, I'm pleased with the direction of this country. At the same time, we have to understand that this is just the beginning of the fight to take back our country. We have to make sure that President Trump's nominees are confirmed. We have to make sure that President Trump's agenda is carried out. That doesn't mean we can't criticize when criticism is warranted, but we have to do it in a constructive way in order to make things better, not to tear things down. Anyway, I want to thank you for joining me. My books are available on Amazon Books. Charles Moskowitz, you can check them out. I'm looking forward to a reduction in the censorship regime as we enter into this new year. I am planning on expanding my live stream capacity. I'm planning on inviting various guests. I am planning on doing the program consistently at the same time each day so I can develop an audience and start to get people calling in and texting, and we can really have this experience. And I feel optimistic about that. That was my original purpose in terms of getting into this back in 2018, around the time the censorship started. So I feel optimistic personally. I feel optimistic as an American. I feel optimistic as a Jew. I feel optimistic as a person, as a man. And I guess I covered all my bases. So anyway, thanks for joining me, everyone. Check out my books. They're available at Amazon Books. God bless you all. God bless America. The program, we're now live. Thank you very much. Charles Moskowitz here. The number to reach us, 508-637-5596. If you'd like to join the conversation, 508-637-5596. And of course, you can send chat as well. I'm doing a little live streaming here to discuss an issue that's very important, both to me personally, but also I believe to the world. And that is my basic advocacy and suggestion that the state of Israel immediately annex what is called the West Bank and Gaza, what has been called historically and in Israeli circles, the lands of Judea and Samaria. I advocate that they do this before President Donald J. Trump takes his oath of office on January 20th, which of course is really less than, 2 months away from now. And that they get it done. They get it done now. They have a ceasefire in of course, on the northern border with Hezbollah, but that they must do this now. This is a unique, historic opportunity for Israel to take the bull by the horns at last and codify what was certainly a military victory in 1967, the Six-Day War, but which will end this ongoing political agenda to tear out from the very heartland of the tiny state of Israel another state that would be hostile to its existence. This would be like, creating a Taliban state out of one of the American states, or an ISIS entity out of one of the American states. To expect Israel to do that politically, militarily, it would be insane. Religiously and spiritually, it would be wrong. Israel must assert sovereignty over that tiny country that was recognized by the Balfour Declaration, was recognized as part of the British Mandate of Palestine, at least the western part of it. The eastern part, Transjordan, was basically the Arab part of Palestine. And they have to stop the quibbling and the ongoing and endless arguments and discussions. Get it done. Get it over with. Israel is Israel. Israel today, before I address the political issues, I want to address the spiritual issues, and then I'll go to the practical question. The spiritual issue is simple. The Lord God, King of the universe, blessed be he, spoke to Abram, who became known as Abraham shortly after this message, where he told him to go up and go to the land that I will show you. That land is exactly the parameters of the state of Israel today. That land, Abram did go up, Abraham as such, as the world's first believer in the creator of the universe. And he established a commonwealth there. He fought wars with the Canaanites, the seven nations, and he successfully established the first completely sovereign Israelite commonwealth. That continued through his rule and through that of his son Isaac, and then on to his son Jacob. Of course, we know the story of Joseph and how he ended up in Egypt, and he became the de facto prime minister of Egypt after saving the country from famine. And then Jacob and his sons, dealing with terrible famine in Canaan, went down and had a reunion with Joseph, and they lived in Egypt, where eventually, after Joseph's death, they became slaves. We all know the story. They would then be liberated by the hand of God and his messenger, Moses. They would wander through the Sinai for 40 years, where they would receive the Torah at Sinai, at Mount Sinai. They would then conquer the land that God had shown Abraham, that being exactly the parameters of the state of Israel today. The book of Joshua talks of how Joshua crossed the Jordan and defeated the Canaanites at Jericho. Now, the book of Deuteronomy is clear about two things here. Firstly, that 2.5 tribes of the 12 tribes asked to stay behind, to stay on the other side of the Jordan, and yet remain part of the Israelite Confederation, and continue to help with their brother tribes in the conquest of Canaan, which God commanded the Israelites to do. So that tells us that the border of the Holy Land was the Jordan River. The Jordan River today is the exact border between Israel and Jordan, or the Kingdom of Jordan, or Transjordan, which, of course, according to the British Mandate, is Palestine. So you have the border established. The second piece in Deuteronomy that I would note is that when Joseph blessed his sons and his brothers, and God and Moses, I think, or God blessed them, the borders of their tribes were clearly delineated. And those tribes stretched from the Jordan River to the Great Sea, the Yam Soph, which of course is the Mediterranean, and from the north, Dan, to the south, Beersheba. Those are the exact borders of the state of Israel today. The Tel Dan is actually in Metula, which is in the very northern tip of Israel. And of course, Beersheba is a city today. It's one of the oldest and most ancient continually inhabited cities. And it's in Israel today. The only part of the state of Israel today that is outside of these lands that God commanded Joshua to conquer is a stretch of desert that goes from Beersheba south to the Gulf of Eilat. That's called Negev in Hebrew, which is a word for desert. So, in other words, Israel exists in the parameters of that great land. That is a fulfillment of the commands of the Torah. It is the commands of the God of Israel, the God that we believe is the one God. There is no other God before him. Why God chose Israel, I don't know. I mean, that only God knows. But that is the very cornerstone of our faith. And it is very clearly delineated that we are to establish a commonwealth in that land, and we are to observe certain laws that would separate us from all the other nations and make us into a priestly sect. That's the concept of the chosen people. Not to go too deep into that, other than to point out that this concept has been misinterpreted by both Jew and non-Jew historically to mean that the Jews are involved in a command to control other people, to control the world because we're superior. Not so. That's not what it's about. We are not superior to any other human being. All men and women, I may add, according to the book of Genesis, were created in the image of God. We are all equal. We are all children of God and images of God. And it is that element of the book of Genesis that was recognized, thank God, by the founding fathers of the United States Republic. That's what Jefferson pointed out in the Declaration of Independence, issued July 4th, 1776, where he stated, all men are created equal. That's where that came from. It came from the book of Genesis. God said that all men and women are created in the image of God. We all have the same rights under God. We all are born equal. We all die equal. We're all equal. So I just wanted to dispel that misconception, one that's been occasionally amplified by people who don't mean us well. But also at that time, the borders, as I said, were clearly delineated between the 12 tribes, and Joshua conquered Canaan. He left some of the Canaanites where they were, which means that in some ways he failed to completely conquer Canaan. And that failure continues, frankly. But on a more practical level, the land of Canaan became somewhat of a diverse region where you had both Israelites, Canaanites, Philistines, and others. So you had an Israeli or an Israelite kingdom, but it wasn't, ethnically pure. It had different ethnicities in it, for better or for worse. And that's, of course, the story of the book of Judges, the book of Kings, the book of Samuel, right up through the book of Chronicles. I'm just getting into a brief history here, okay? The kingdom is united under first Saul and then David. And then it reaches a zenith of power under Solomon, where it becomes a great, powerful empire. Jerusalem is established as the capital. Solomon builds the temple in Jerusalem, which is actually not commanded in the Torah, but which is in the writings. And then, of course, Saul falls into sin, and he spends so much money on his concubines that he bankrupts the country. 3 years after his death, his son Rehoboam turns out to be worse and not even as intelligent as Solomon. And then the empire divides into two, Judah and Israel, or Judah and Ephraim. The northern kingdom becomes more pagan. They set up idols, mainly because they wanted to stop people from making pilgrimages to Jerusalem, since the two countries are now enemies. And at times, friends, Judah remains Judaic. It remains children of Judah. It adheres to the covenant, with some major lapses and some bad kings like Manasseh. But nevertheless, it retains its consciousness, its identity as the inheritors of the covenant of Sinai, the extra code and all of it, and the worship of God, the rejection of idol worship with all of its evil practices. Eventually, the northern kingdom is taken away by the forces of Nineveh, of Assyria, in the person of Sennacherib, and they are dispersed to, generally according to the prophets, regions in what is today Iran and Azerbaijan. The kingdom of Judah continues, and the kingdom of Judah is more than just the tribe of Judah, of course, because Judah had conquered Benjamin, and you had the disbursement of the tribes of Levi and Simon. Since both of those tribes never received an allotment, they were dispersed among all the tribes. And you have elements of the northern kingdom who had made their way to Jerusalem to worship at the temple and who stayed, and then in exile reuniting with the Judahites who had been eventually sent into exile with the Babylonian conquest in the person of Nebuchadnezzar and the destruction of the temple and of Jerusalem. So that happened maybe a century later. Then, of course, after the destruction and the exile, the Judahites, the children of Israel, are commanded to return to their ancestral land once again as clients of Cyrus the Great of Persia, who conquered Babylonia and who is referred to as the Messiah in the book of Ezra. His Ezra, the scribe, and his general Nehemiah lead the children of Israel, or a big portion of them, not all. Many of them stayed in Persia or Babylon, where they set up, by the way, an incredible and learned civilization of Judahites, or what in English we call Jews, and eventually leading to the writing of the Babylonian Talmud many, many centuries later. But Ezra returns to Jerusalem. It's miraculous. He reestablishes the state in Judea, or Judah. Judea is just a Roman, Latin, Greek way of saying it. He rebuilds the temple, and he reestablishes the Commonwealth under Persian sponsorship. Eventually, Alexander the Great defeats Persia, passes through Judea, recognizes the Judean client state under Greek control. The Greeks, of course, after Alexander's death, his General Ptolemy takes over and rules from Egypt, still recognizing the sovereignty of the Judeans, the semi-sovereignty. And by the way, around that time, Ptolemy, or one of his children, developed the Septuagint, which is a Greek translation of the Torah, and which basically brought Torah principles to much of the world. After Ptolemy eventually has a war with Antiochus of Syria, who victoriously presides, he conquers Judea. A lot of Judeans are beginning to become super secular. They're becoming Greek. They're becoming Hellenic. There's a civil war there between them and the religious Judeans led by the Hasmonean clan, which is a priestly clan. Eventually, the Hasmoneans defeat not only the fellow Jews who were secularists, but also the Greek state under Antiochus. That's the story of Hanukkah, which is a story of sovereignty. It's a story of nationalism. It's a story of religious assertion, one that should and has inspired all of man ever since. And by the way, the book of Maccabees is codified by Catholics in their Bible, the Vulgate. It's not actually codified in the Tanakh. But nevertheless, we observe Hanukkah. Judah Maccabee, the son of Metzisyahu, establishes sovereignty, complete sovereignty, even though he does send a gift to Rome, because Rome at that point was the major power in the world. After several wars the martyrdom of his brothers, each of whom had a period of control. Eventually, Simon, who was the last of the Hasmonean brothers, his son, John Hyrcanus, becomes a powerful ruler of Judea, expands Judea, and then, of course, his son further expands it, that being Alexander Yanai, who was evil. And then when Yanai dies, his wife, Queen Salome, becomes queen for a great period of time. I don't think it was long, maybe 10 years. And after her death, her two sons, unfortunately, fell into a civil war. The Romans used that as an opportunity to back one of the sons and install him as a dictator under Roman auspices. And the general Pompey, Gaius Pompey, entered Jerusalem and entered the temple. And while that ended the sovereignty of Judea, the infrastructure continued. They were punished by the installation of Herod, who was an Idumean and who was a forced convert as such by Hyrcanus, which is seen as a sin in the Talmud. And he was evil, very evil. And he established what you might call the so-called deep state, what President Trump would call, in Judea. And the Herodians under Herod would control all of the institutions. They'd control the high priesthood. I would argue that they were the ones who were responsible for the crucifixion of Jesus, because they're the ones who advocated it to the Roman dictator, Pontius Pilate, who, by the way, I know that he's portrayed this way somewhat in Christian sources, who I think wanted to soften any attack on Rome later on, as they basically eventually literally took over the Roman Empire. Nevertheless, according to Alexander of Philo Alexander, a Jewish scholar in Egypt, and according to Josephus, who was one of the primary sources as a historian of those times, Pontius Pilate was a very cruel and brutal dictator who probably crucified thousands of people outside the walls of Jerusalem. Eventually, he was so brutal that he was even too much for the Romans, who recalled him after he massacred Samaritans who were going to pray on their holy mountain, Mount Gerizim, which is in the heart of Samaria. By the way, the Samaritans, generally, scholars believe that they are descended from a hybrid of the 10 tribes of the northern kingdom and the invading Assyrians and other surrounding peoples, and that they continue to practice Judaism, belief in God, and except with some differences. They approached Ezra to ask for a reunion. Ezra refused. Now, for reasons that we don't totally know, but that's what happened. And they're still there. They live around the city of Nablus, which of course is the Greek city of Neapolis, or the Roman city of Neapolis, and goes back to the ancient Hebrew city of Shomrim or Samaria. And they continue to practice a form of Judaism. They have had a rapprochement with the Israeli chief rabbi, and that is a relationship that ought to continue to be explored. A lot of Palestinians who trace their lineage back many centuries, and that's only a small segment of people who call themselves Palestinian, by the way. I'll get into that in a minute. They trace their ancestry back to the Samaritans, and the Samaritans, ethnically, genetically, are very similar to the ancient Judahites. So, in a sense, in the broad sense, we are brothers with the Samaritans. So back to the history of Israel. In 70 AD, the temple is destroyed due to a civil war amongst the Judeans, with a cult of zealots who were feared and hated by people like Josephus and by the establishment, basically dividing Judea into factions that defeated each other. So the Romans were able to walk in and pick up the pieces, just like they did under Pompey, and destroy the temple. About maybe 75, 100 years after that, you had another rebellion, the Bar Kokhba rebellion, where the Judeans achieved sovereignty for, I don't know, maybe 3 to 5 years. They were defeated by the Romans under Hadrian. Hadrian used a classic Roman technique, the one that the Jews always feared would happen, one that Rome did to Carthage, which is that he really destroyed Jerusalem and built a temple to his god Apollo on the ruins of the temple. He changed the name of Jerusalem to Aelia Capitolina, and he changed the name of the country from Judea to Palestina. The reason he did it, according to most historians, was because Palestine was the name derived from the ancient Philistines, the sea people who had settled on the coast and who were the eternal enemies of the ancient Israelites. Goliath, for example, was a Philistine, and the wars between Judah and between Israel and the Philistines are legendary. David had wars with them. Eventually, they were defeated by David, and they disappeared from history at that point. So you had the complete defeat of Judea, and yet they continued on in a weakened state. There was a disbursement of Jews, one that started by the Babylonians but continued and accelerated throughout the Mediterranean. Jews, according to history and archaeology, settled in the Rhine Valley of Germany. They were as far as Ireland. They were traders. They were merchants. They got into business. They were known to be polyglots. In other words, they knew many languages. So they made themselves useful to various courts. There's a big Jewish community in Cyrenaica, which is today in Libya, Benghazi. They were in Spain. They were everywhere. And yet they continued in Roman Palestine and Byzantine Palestine, and they continued to write the Talmud, or the Palestinian Talmud. And they continued to have communities there. They never left. They continued right up till Herodotus, who was a Byzantine emperor and who was oppressive to the Jews of Aleppo, of Antioch, and and basically at that point the Jews formed an alliance with his enemy, the Parthians. The Parthians came in and defeated him, and for about 20 years, this was just before the Islamic conquest in the 6th century, the Jews again asserted sovereignty in Judea. People don't realize this. It was a difficult one. It was insecure, but it was under Parthian sponsorship, which of course echoes Cyrus the Great. They were able to establish sovereignty for a brief period of time. Herodotus came back in, completely defeated them under the guise of the True Cross, and there was a bloodbath by the Byzantines at that point. About 10, 15, 20 years after that, you had the Islamic conquest, the Battle of Yarmouk, which was fought by Abu Bakr at the Yarmouk River, which is near Lake Tiberias. And the Islamic forces were successful in conquering Palestine. One of the caliphs at that time, I think it was Ali or Omar, he allowed the Jews to return to Jerusalem He allowed the Jews rights under his control. They did not reassert a sovereignty at all, but the community was able to reestablish itself somewhat, and they formed an alliance with the Muslim authorities. Some have speculated, for example, that the famous Dome of the Rock, which is on the Temple Mount, is actually a synagogue. It is unlike any other mosque in the world. It has writings on the wall which could be viewed in some translations as Jewish, as Hebrew, or as derived from the Torah. And we don't know this, but it is at the site, according to faith, that where Isaac, with Abraham, did the Akedah, and where Melchizedek ruled in Jerusalem. He never died. He went to heaven. One of the few figures in religious history who did so, along with Elijah and along with Jesus, who can make that claim. And so you had Jews in Arab-controlled Palestine at that time, which was not really a separate government. It was ruled by the Umayyad Caliphate, then eventually by the Abbasid Caliphate. This period went maybe for a couple of hundred years. Eventually, you had the Crusades come in. The Jews of Palestine helped the Saracens, which is what the Frankist Crusaders called Arabs, defend Palestine from the invasion by the Christian Crusades. They were allied with the Arabs, and they were slaughtered by the Christians. These are just facts of history. And by the way, with regard to the Crusader kingdom, Israel has learned lessons from why that kingdom eventually failed. The reason that kingdom failed, according to many historians, is that after the Frankist king, I think it was Godfrey, or I don't remember the name, established the kingdom in Jerusalem, the original Crusader kingdom of Jerusalem. They invited their wives and children to come in from France, and there was a great celebration. The wives and children decided to go down to the Jordan River to celebrate and to, where Jesus was baptized and all of it. And while they were down there, they were slaughtered by a gang of Saracens. One of them escaped and was able to go back to Jerusalem and talk about what happened. And the reaction to this by the kingdom of Jerusalem, the Christian kingdom of Jerusalem, was rather than to go out and fight, they built higher walls. They went behind the walls. They cowered in fear. In many cases, they sent their wives and children back to France, and they kind of hunkered down into a siege. And that was the beginning of the end, because if they weren't willing to get out and fight, they were not going to survive. And eventually they didn't survive. I mean, there were several more crusades, but they were not ultimately successful. And eventually they were defeated on the fields of Hattin by Saladin. Israel does not respond that way. When Israelis are attacked, they don't cower. They may just temporarily, for a day, to protect their lives, but then they come out and they fight, and they defeat and smote the enemies that are trying to wipe them out. The same enemy that successfully defeated the Crusades. So that's a lesson learned. After Salah ad-Din, who was Kurdish, so the Arabs were gone at that point, ethnically, ruled an empire. Eventually they were defeated by the Mongols, who came in and really devastated what was left of Palestine. And at that point, the country, according to historians, really became a kind of a backwater. There was very low population, low industry, low development, low activity there. Um, the Turkish eventually, under the rule of Osman, became the Ottoman Empire. They took over and they ruled the area for 400 years, from 13th century, 14th century, right up till World War One, and they did so with a kind of a loose hand, the Milliyet system, where they had local families, local tribes who were loyal to them, basically serve as landlords and send them tribute, but otherwise were left to their own functions. And of course, one of those tribes, the Husseini family, their son was Haj Amin al-Husseini, who was the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, who was one of the people who started the war against Israel. I write about this in one of my books called The Nazi Connection to Islamic Terrorism. So anyhow, every generation, and I get into this, by the way, in my most recent book, right over my shoulder here, The Anti-Semitic Imagination, I document how in every generation there were Jews who tried to make aliyah, to go to the land that God showed us, to go reestablish our homeland, and that this was uninterrupted in every generation, every decade, from the ancient times till today, and that there were communities there in every generation. The Jews never completely surrendered that land. They never completely gave up in terms of population. Napoleon tried to reestablish Jewish sovereignty there, and he was not successful. But in a way, Napoleon, in around the turn of the 19th century, kind of could be viewed as one of the fathers of modern Zionism. Zionism, again, being a movement that it's both nationalist and religious, that has existed within the Jewish people and their allies in every generation and in every decade and in every year from the ancient times right up till today. After Napoleon, you had wealthy Jews like Montefiore and Edmund de Rothschild later, who became interested in Zionism and who tried to help establish Jewish settlements from European Jews in what was then called South Syria, and did so very successfully. I mean, it's a great history of how they established neighborhoods. Montefiore established that neighborhood right outside Jerusalem. The Khan Yunis, I forget. No, that's an Arab name. I forget the name of it. Harnof, I think, the one with the windmill. Rothschild, who was one of the few members of the Rothschild banking dynasty that was actually friendly to Israel, he set up what eventually would become the Jewish National Fund, which purchased land from local owners at fair market value and turned it into this massive Jewish fund that to this day technically owns the title to about 85% of Israel outside the West Bank. And all done, on the marketplace. They continue to proceed. Anyway, so we're up to more modern times. I'm not going to get into that. It's just too much for today. There are many, many books written on how the Zionist movement, people began to make Aliyah. It was an organic movement. Yes, it did not start with Theodor Herzl and the Zionist conference in Basel. It actually started more in Eastern Europe in a big way, with the first Aliyah, which was 19th century, and the second Aliyah, which was in the late 19th century, and which was mostly Russian Jews, mostly religious Russian Jews, but also left secular types as well. I get into this in my book. I'm not saying you have to buy the book. You can get it from your library. The Anti-Semitic Imagination, Charles Moskowitz, where I show the different waves of settlers coming in, a lot of them from Russia, some of them from Western Europe, even some from America, and how they really started to develop what you have today, which is this incredible, organic, dynamic society that is established. So that brings me up till now. And by the way, let me give out the number you're welcome to call: 508-637-5596, 508-637-5596. So we're up to modern times. Hi, Paul. Nice to see you on TikTok. By the way, you're welcome to call in, as is anyone else. 508-637-5596. So, again, I've got the history of Israel. The modern history is accessible. We know what happened at the establishment. I've written books on the topic. There are many good books. 1967, Israel successfully conquers all of British Palestine, and that means what's called the West Bank, what actually before 67 was called West Jordan, but which historically is called Judea and Samaria, and religiously certainly is called Judea and Samaria. Oh, I got a warning on TikTok because I said Judea and Samaria. I don't know, whatever. I guess I'm still there. Thanks for the warning, TikTok. I don't know what I said, but just for you who are watching the show on TikTok, let me mention that I could be shut down any second. Looks like I might be suspended, in which case, check out charlesmoskowitz.com and all of the live stream sites that are now carrying the show, okay? Just a forewarning. I don't know what I said. I'm not going to worry about it. We've got Paul wanting an invite. You're invited, Paul. I am now advocating, especially after the events of October 7th of 2023, where you had a genocidal assault on Israelis attending a rock concert and Israeli villages along the border of Gaza. I am now advocating that Israel annex Gaza and they annex the West Bank in its entirety. And they do it before President Trump takes the oath of office, God willing, on January 20th of next year, which is only about 6 or 7 weeks away. That they do it now. They rip the Band-Aid off the arm. No, it's not going to be easy, but they must do it in order to assert sovereignty over that tiny country, that they assert the rights and the privileges of all the citizens of that country, both Jewish and non, both Israeli and Arab and otherwise. And that the only way to do it is to get it done, declare sovereignty. Donald Trump, President Trump, I believe, will recognize that sovereignty once he takes office, but it has to be done first so that he can do that. He can recognize it. And the best time to do it is now, today. Get it done. Declare sovereignty. Okay, so what do I think will happen if Israel does this? I think nothing will happen. They'll just do it. Israel should offer citizenship to Arabs in Judea, Samaria, and Gaza. They should offer citizenship. If they get citizenship, then they'll have all the same rights as any and all other Israeli citizens. They'll be free to travel in Israel. They'll be free to live as Israeli citizens. They should have that. All of them should have it. Israel shouldn't be afraid to offer it. Now, what would citizenship entail? Well, let's look at the process of receiving American citizenship as an example. someone doesn't just get American citizenship. Every year, you might note, and certainly here in my own community of Boston and in other major cities, there are what's called naturalization ceremonies where new citizens take an oath to support, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. They pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States. They take a test to see whether or not they have basic knowledge of American form of government, American culture, and other factors. And they swear a loyalty oath to the United States. It's a process. You don't just get it. It just isn't handed out. And one of the questions that I believe used to be asked, I don't know if it still is, if it isn't, it should be, is whether or not you have loyalty to an enemy of the United States, namely the Communist Party. Have you ever been a communist? And you have to disavow that if you were, or you shouldn't be, obviously. And you have to say, I no longer adhere to foreign alien principles that are anti-American and that are antithetical to American government and way of life. And I totally, wholly, and with all my heart adhere to and accept the American way of life as part of my responsibility as a citizen of the United States. So I would suggest that therefore, only naturally, there has to be that same process in the state of Israel. So if you have Arabs living in Hebron or Nablus or Ramallah or Gaza or anywhere else who want to become Israeli citizens, they would be required to go through a basic process to get to that point. And that should include probably a year of education on Israeli history, on Judaism, on Israeli law, and on other factors. And then they should be required to take a test, mostly written test. And finally, they should be required to take an oath of loyalty to the Jewish state. And once they fulfill these obligations, and once it is demonstrated that they are not adherent of or affiliated with enemies of Israel, like, for example, Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the other enemies who are openly and avowedly dedicated to destroying Israel, then they should be welcomed as citizens. I just think that's the right thing to do. Now, if they become citizens and they take the oath, and then they obviously will then be expected to be loyal to that oath and continue on as loyal Israelis. If for some reason they behave in a way that contradicts that, then of course that is a violation of that oath, and that's a crime, and they should probably be prosecuted or expelled. Now, as far as Arabs who don't match up to that level, or who don't want citizenship, I would say to them, that's okay, as long as they are peaceful, as long as they don't take up arms, then they shouldn't have to become citizens of any country. And for that reason, I would suggest that the Palestinian Authority should be allowed to continue operating sort of like an American state. It's like Massachusetts operates within the United States, the federal system, or Rhode Island or Delaware or any other state. I know that's an inexact comparison, but the Palestinian Authority should be able to continue to engage in municipal decisions, infrastructure, roads and bridges, welfare, healthcare, all of the normal things that local sovereign states do. They should not be able to make foreign policy. They should not be able to have military, of course. And they are under overall Israeli law, but they have limited local autonomy. They can elect people if they want to elect Hamas, as evil as that is, as long as they are observing the laws, then fine. I have a feeling they won't. I know that there was experiments after the Six-Day War in 1967 where municipalities elected governments, and some of them became radical and they went to war, in which case they had to be ended. I hope that doesn't happen again, but it might. Either way, as long as they want to be loyal, as long as they want to be peaceful, they should be able to operate local and regional sovereignty. Those who want to continue to fight Israel, those who want to continue to take up arms against Israel, ought to be treated no differently than what Tom Homan, the new head of security and border control in the United States, is talking about doing to radical criminal gangs like the Frente Amplio from Venezuela and syndicates, crime syndicates who are illegal aliens coming into the United States. They should be viewed as terrorists. They should be detained. They should be expelled. And if they want to fight with weaponry, they'll have to be killed. And that's something that I think we can assume is going to happen in Israel. They're not going to just put down their arms. They aren't now. And thus, Israel is going to have to continue fighting them until they are defeated. And that war could take a long time. It could take 100 years. It could take 1,000 years. I think that Chaim Weizmann was once asked, the first president of Israel, by a reporter, when do you think there'll be peace between Israel and the Arab countries? And I don't know if he was making a flippant comment, but he said essentially it's going to take 1,000 years. Well, I hope and pray it doesn't take that long. I hope it doesn't take much time at all. But if you have a subversive element inside your country that's continuing to kill you and fight you, you have a moral obligation and a practical need to stop them, to defeat them. So if Israel declares sovereignty over its entire country, I assume, unfortunately, that particular element of the war will continue and will continue over time. And I think Israel should take its time. It doesn't need to go in guns a-blazing. It just needs to control its borders, stop any flow of weaponry to them, and just gradually, carefully, strategically, and surgically take them out one way or the other. So that's my rant for the day. I think Israel needs to get it done. I think it will not affect Israel's position in the world. There may be some wringing of teeth, and the UN, which, of course, every day they condemn Israel. I mean, every agency of the UN, you could have an agency on basket weaving, and somehow they're able to work in a condemnation of Israel. Israel does not need to concern itself with any of that. Israel needs to preserve and protect and defend its own citizens and its own interests, both politically and nationally, as well as spiritually and religiously. And therefore, they have nothing to apologize for, especially after the attack of October 7th. People who were slaughtered that day, over 1,000 Israelis and guests, their blood cries out from the grave for justice. This is doing them justice. This is making sure that their deaths were not in vain, that their deaths led to a positive change. I think that it is taking an evil event and making it into something good. Just like Joseph in the Bible, in the Torah, took an evil event, which was that his brothers threw him into a pit, a snake pit, and left him there to die. Eventually, after a chain of events, he turned it into something good, and he was able to redeem his brothers and forgive them for their horrible, evil sin. I think that in that same way, Israel is right to respond to this evil, which if they don't respond to will happen again. They have a right, a moral obligation, and a practical necessity to respond to it by declaring sovereignty over their tiny country once and for all, and to then let these other issues work themselves out in their own time and on their own terms. Anyway, on that note, I want to thank you this afternoon for joining me. Now that President Trump, thank God, has been reelected, I am assuming that some of the censorship is going to start to fall, and that I'm probably in this next year going to establish a regular live stream that will be consistent. I haven't done that this year, but I'm hoping to do it next year, where I come on at the same time each day and where I open the phone lines and really start to develop a great online experience for myself and all of those who participate, and where we will be able to really, drill down and talk about issues of all sorts. Okay, looks like I have. Oh, nope. You're welcome to come on board on TikTok. I almost got a guest. I'm signing off, but you still have some time here if you'd like to join me. So once again, I want to thank you all for listening. Check out my books. They're available at Amazon Books. Charles Moskowitz. I've written probably about 20 books. They're all there. And God bless all of you. God bless America. God bless Israel. God bless President Trump. Keep him safe and keep his family. I'm very optimistic about the future. I'm very bullish on President Trump's establishment of his cabinet. We need to support all of them. And on that note, I shall say adieu until next time. Thank you for listening. Good afternoon and welcome to the show. Charles Moskowitz here. Michael D. Shaw will be joining us shortly, probably by telephone. I felt compelled to go on the air today to celebrate. Hallelujah. MAGA is triumphant. President Trump and the MAGA movement has entered the fray. Thank God. I do think that there's a hand of God. God is watching over this country. This is almost a miracle, given what we've been up against, what President Trump has been up against for 4 years. The very fact that he survived and the fact that we're all here today. I know it's going to be a difficult road forward. I'm not a utopian. I'm not a perfectionist. But we can at least relish our momentary victory. Thank God. Anyone who'd like, and by the way, I've I've been banned from TikTok, so sorry I'm not there. But welcome aboard. I just welcome Podomatic. Thank God this is a day to celebrate. President Trump is triumphant. The MAGA movement is triumphant. And we have created a moment in history that is unlike any in certainly my lifetime in this country. President Trump, we should remember, was not supposed to be there today. And, oh my goodness. This was not supposed to happen. They tried to kill him. They tried to bankrupt him. They tried to imprison him. They tried to discredit him and his family. They tried to do everything they could to throw every piece of mud they could come up with. And yet he prevailed, and then he was triumphant. And today he is the president-elect. Hallelujah. Now, I always thought that he would win. The only question was whether or not they would let him win, and I didn't think they would. And I do think they tried to do everything they could to stop it. But they didn't stop it, and Trump probably would have done better had they not tried everything they could, I think, to steal the election, but they were behind the times. They didn't estimate what was going on. Now, President Trump and the Republican National Committee, under the auspices of Michael Whatley and Laura Trump, and they did a wonderful job. They basically embraced the model that was established by Glenn Youngkin of Virginia, who understood the lessons. Mike, here you are, but let me give you the number to call so you can be right in the system here. And I'm giving the same number to others as well. 508-637-5596. That's what you called, and you ended up here. Oh, that's odd.
Well, what number did I reach?
You reached my regular number. So what I'm going to do is maybe hang up and try it again. I'll shut my phone off. That might do it.
All right.
All right. Thank you. All right. Michael Shaw is having a couple of power problems, so that's why we're having some technical difficulties. Oh, I see the problem. SKYPE. I need to put this on. It might help if I actually did things right here. The code in Charles Moskowitz. That would be 535-705. 535-705. Sign in. Here we are. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, so the basically the situation is such that Glenn Youngkin and the Republican National Committee learned the lessons of 2020, and they realized that they could not allow it to happen again. That being the level of election fraud that took place. So what they did, starting with Glenn Youngkin in Virginia, is that he fielded thousands of volunteers to man the voting booths, to man the counting rooms where they get the absentee ballots, to make sure that there was a Republican there. And he basically put up a staff of lawyers who understood the law and who were prepared to deal with any interruptions in that election, and to do so quickly. And the result was that there were very few interruptions, and those that did take place, they were in court within an hour, and they were dealt with. Like if they tried to block access to any of the polling places, or if they tried to inappropriately count ballots or discard ballots, or if they were counting illegal ballots or fake ballots, or those or anything else that we could describe, who knows what. People who saw this would drop a dime, and they would basically let me just see if we can get this thing, and they would deal with it right there. Well, that's exactly what President Trump did, and that's why he won. I mean, he would have won anyway, and he also got such a big vote, but he was able to thwart efforts to steal the election in Georgia, in Pennsylvania, in Michigan, and in Wisconsin. There were instances of fraud everybody was watching. They tried to, and in Arizona, they tried to keep illegal aliens on the ballot. And they had hid this from the public until it finally came out. They had lawyers there making sure that those votes would be taken off the ballot because they were not legal votes. They were not connected to a citizen. And in some cases, they were not even connected to any person. There were reports. The Gateway Pundit also would be applauded for doing a great job of reporting this. There was, tens of thousands, who knows how many thousands of ballots that were mailed out to bogus addresses. And there were a lot of reports of this. The Republican National Committee caught it immediately. They were sharp as a tack, and they were able to stop it in its tracks. And the result is, look, Trump would have won anyway. And they're still trying to show up, apparently, in Philadelphia and Detroit with boxes of ballots. So it's not like they're not trying. But the Republican National Committee was fully engaged and fully prepared to deal with the problem. So you had, they couldn't pull it off. And as a result, we genuinely had one of the most honest elections in American history. Now that President Trump has won, thank God and hallelujah. I just love saying that. He needs to, I hope that he doesn't just drop the ball on this issue. And I hope that he does pursue broader questions of election reform. I understand that elections are state by state, but if there is a remedy nationally, and that's something that maybe Congress and the new administration can look into, to make these necessary reforms, then let's hope and let's pray that they do it. What is this? Let me see if I can get Mike to call in.
Hello.
Hi, Mike. How are you?
Okay, so did you get that number thing worked out?
Well, I mean, for some reason, you're not coming in on the computer, but that's okay. We'll just do it this way.
Oh, all right.
No problem at all. So, Mike, we have a lot to celebrate in this country of ours today. I think that the election of President Trump is a miracle. And I also think it is an act of conscious, hard work on the part of the Republican National Committee, which should be applauded, and which prevented the kind of voter fraud. They learned the lessons of 2020, and they followed the example of Glenn Youngkin in Virginia. And I followed this on the Gateway Pundit. They did a really good job of reporting it. That every time voter fraud came up, and by voter fraud, I should be more accurate, election fraud, ballot fraud. Voter fraud is rare. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of unaccountable ballots that were on various rolls in different states. Whenever this came up, the Republican National Committee had thousands of lawyers ready to go and to challenge it in court right down to the hour and get these ballots thrown out. And they did this in Atlanta, Philadelphia, Detroit, and Milwaukee, the key cities in the key states, and in Maricopa County. So this is why President Trump won. He would have won anyway. I think that even if they didn't do it, he got such an overwhelming vote that he probably would have won anyway. What do you think?
Well, here's a darker interpretation, if you will.
Sure.
Yeah, all due credit to Lara Trump, but this also smacks to me of Ronna McDaniel working for the other side. because it's just too dramatic of a difference.
Well, she might, whether she actually was or not, she might as well have been.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, and I don't think that they expected such a disastrous result. I think that in spite of the stealing and in spite of the theft and the VOA votes from overseas and all these other things that they tried to pull off, it just wasn't enough to overcome Trump's vote. It was fantastic.
It wasn't enough, and I didn't mean that literally. I'm just saying that by Rahm Emanuel being a rhino and doing business as usual, and being an election fraud denier,
No.
in effect, she was working for the other side.
Yes, and as were all of the rhinos. You know, Mitt Romney and Chris Christie and Paul Ryan, who's one of the worst, who was basically stabbing Trump in the back while he was Speaker of the House. All of these guys, Bill Kristol, you know, not to mention the Cheneys.
All these other factors don't seem to be even as large anymore. I mean, Josh Shapiro could have helped him win Pennsylvania, but that wouldn't have mattered anyway.
No, and it just, the vote was so convincing. I mean, there's still, according to the Gateway Pundit, there are still trucks arriving in Philadelphia and in Detroit with boxes of ballots. They're still doing it, and they're not going to get away with it. The Republican committee is there meeting them at the door.
Well, that's what I was saying, you know, in previous shows, that there's no talent on the other side.
No.
You can't bring up the 1953 playbook and keep using it. It doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, the whole thing is so ham-handed and so cheesy. I mean, they're trying to do the same freaking thing they did last time, and they were depending on the media. The media didn't even buy it. I'm sure you watched some of the returns. I mean,
oh yeah,
the liberal media, even like people like, you know, what's his name over there, the pretty boy on Channel 5. I mean, the one that tried to screw Trump during the debate. They weren't even buying it. I mean, they all looked crestfallen. Rachel Maddow with a smirk was just off her face. She looked normal almost. You know,
mean, the hardest of the hardcore are still taking the position that despite the result, despite the popular vote, the American public is wrong. You know.
I know, and they're going to lose because of that, because that's why they lost in the first place. One of the reasons, and they're doubling down. I was listening to NPR here in Boston a little bit, which is what made me run back home to do this show. But you know, what's his name, Jim Braude and Marjorie Egan, and they're doing the same crap. I mean, it's all because they don't like a black woman, right? And they're all, in other words, we're all racists and sexists, and you know, it's just such bull crap. I mean, then the fact that they would be still, I mean, this is, I mean, the one of the ugliest and darkest moments of this whole rotten campaign on their part was that they stooped to calling everybody Hitler and Nazis. And, you know, people are like, no, we're not Nazis. We don't have anything against a woman. This is garbage. We're tired of this.
I mean, this is a great case of sin clouds the intellect. And you've seen this already in the entertainment industry, that with failure after failure after failure, these movies, they attack the audience.
And you know, I just wonder if it's, putting aside the fact that it's really a form of mental illness when you do something over and over again and it doesn't work. You know, who is it that he did a book years ago, you know, back in the 70s, one of these pop books. It's got this book called The Androgynous Zone or something like that. I mean, it was John Dyer. He was a therapist who researched his book by spending a good bit of time in prison and in mental institutions, studying what people's behaviors were. And one of the things that he noticed about people who were mentally ill and institutionalized that made them who they were is that they would keep doing the same thing over and over and over again, even though it didn't work. And they couldn't kind of get out of that. They became like fixated on this action, and that is one of the signs of mental illness, and that's exactly what they are about.
Well,
They-
it is interesting because I think what's happening here is the liberal media seems to be composed of people that, I mean, my shorthand for this is the junior high school model UN type, you know, that they have this particular picture of the world, and that's what it's supposed to be. And when you're in junior high, when you're in the model UN, that's great. But then they start getting into real life, and the way they avoid countering this is they're only with like-minded individuals. So you can
Right.
be in that echo chamber of being in your media center, but the problem is you're selling a product to the general public, and the general public, in a sense, might be wrong. I mean, if you get into specific issues like, was Betamax better than VHS? Well, in some ways it was, but the public didn't think so because VHS tapes were longer, you record more. Okay, and I'm using that as a trivial example, but the point was that sometimes your idealized version of what's supposed to be happening isn't really what's going to sell to the public, and they just don't see it. And the reason that they don't change is, hey, they've been doing this for 50, 60 years, whatever it is. It would be catastrophic for them to admit, you know, I'm wrong.
No, they'd
keep
probably,
putting out this
they would melt away.
racist-
It would be like it would be like throwing a bucket of water in the face of the Wicked Witch of the West.
Yeah.
In the Wizard of Oz, they'd melt. All my beautiful wickedness is going down the drain. How could you, you little brat? You know, it's sort of it's kind of like, except in their case, it's one thing to keep repeating this thing, that this worldview that's not true or that doesn't reflect what reality really, but that the particular worldview that they are pushing is so nasty and so ugly and so defamatory toward
It
others.
gets more and more ugly the more they cling to it.
Yes.
And by the way, has Harris conceded yet officially?
I think that she's maybe waking up from a drunken evening. I don't know what the hell is going on, but talk about classless. I mean, she sends out this guy who basically makes a quick statement, and then you see if that's at that point I knew it was over, obviously, and then everybody leaves, and at that point I went to bed. It was over.
That was the Hillary Clinton playbook. But I ended up watching Charlie Kirk had a streaming thing, which was just great.
Oh, sure.
I mean, there were these 4 or 5 guys on there that were consulting every possible website and Twitter feed that you couldn't possibly do on your own.
Yeah.
And getting these updates and being very conservative in some cases with which states they were going to call. And then they started making fun of Arizona with this. I think it was just total denial on the part of Maricopa. They couldn't bring themselves.
No, they couldn't. Even the media, they couldn't. They were like choking to actually declare the reality of it. I think it was only just a few hours ago that corrupt, rotten Secretary of State in Michigan, Jocelyn Benson, who I've been talking about for years, she finally has conceded Michigan. And it's sort of just they don't want to take that bitter pill.
No, because you see, they were right and everybody else was wrong, and it was going to work out like this. And
it was hilarious to watch it. I mean, it wasn't as funny as 2016. Because then they really didn't expect anything like it, and they were completely shell shocked.
Oh, you're exactly right. Because as much as I hate Hillary Clinton, she did at least have some credibility.
Yeah, and I think that was a shock to them. It was a shock to a lot of people. We all were shocked, but this time around, I mean, it was kind of known, and they just looked so morose and so crestfallen. That was just amazing to see.
It was fun to watch because there was no doubt from the beginning. it was just piling up, and the map was getting redder and redder. And
Oh
you know,
my
there are all
God.
these clips that are going out there. Like I think there was one on CNN. Well, is there any county, and I don't know how many thousand counties there are in the U.S. Is there any county in the U.S. that Harris did better than Biden?
Oh, I saw that.
A
And
single one.
that was with David. Was it with David Muir? And or is it?
Yeah.
Oh no, it was Jake Tapper. And he's looking at it. He's like, "Holy smokes! Not a single county." And they showed the map of the United States, and it was completely blank.
Yeah.
There was just nothing. It was. I don't think that I think she collapsed in just about every demographic, except maybe one, and that would be suburban, well-to-do, single, highly educated white women. Now
Yeah.
you can attack me for saying that, but that's the core.
No. That's exactly what it was, because it's the same mentality, and so this is just tremendous. And I guess RFK Jr. has already come out and saying he's going to dismantle the FDA.
Oh
which,
my
of course,
God!
I've been calling for years.
Yes.
Um,
You know, I can
everything
hardly
the
wait.
FDA you can do everything the FDA does with a few contractors, and there'd be no politics.
Mm.
So it's it's just
It's a beautiful thing.
dawning here.
It is, and you know, the other thing I've noticed is squealing about is this is an assault on bureaucracy. And not only are they saying this, I saw a video of this on YouTube. They have them. It's like a talking head thing. Bureaucracy, 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 bureaucracy. You know, with each one of them making the exact same
Right.
statement, like somebody sent this out to them, and they got the message. And I say hallelujah, good.
Yeah.
Throw out the
Right.
freaking
They were
bureaucracy.
saying that as if it were a bad thing.
Exactly.
That's-
They're so out of it. They just don't see this. I mean, this is what Elon Musk did at Twitter. He cut about 80% of it, and it became better and stronger and more free as a result. Probably more profitable too.
Well,
So-
it just became big and fat, and it was very much typifies a tech company with too much money. So
And
you
and they
hire
must be
more and
shaking in
more.
their boots because they know that the people around Trump and Trump himself, that they understand this, because these people are business people. Elon Musk was in business. Even JD Vance, I think he was in business.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, all of them. I mean, they understand what bureaucracy is, and they know how to kind of pare it down and turn it into a more efficient machine. And all these layabouts, all these hacks, they know their days are numbered. They better look for a job because they're going to be out on their backside.
Well, and they're completely unrealistic about stuff. I mean, as we had discussed, I think on previous shows, how can you have a job at the LA Times and quit thinking that there's going to be another media job waiting for you?
That's right. Those are plum jobs, and they're
I mean, so-
disappearing anyways.
So what's the upside? Okay. And you're gonna start taking out a Substack column, and you're going to be all bitter about how you were forced out. You know, it's sort of like a riff on Colin Kaepernick, right?
Right.
He was offered a couple of deals, and he didn't take them. Everybody forgets that, you know. He just decided he was going to make more money being a professional race baiter.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Good luck to these people that left the Washington Post, LA Times. There's no upside.
No, and if
The
they can,
industry is done. And what's going to happen to MSNBC with Joy Reid talking about it was all racist and fascist and everybody in the country is wrong?
no, they're going down the tubes. I mean, this whole, you know, on one hand, it surprises me that they're still using that argument because it obviously failed them, and it's insulting, and it's denigrating to about pretty much most of the country.
Yeah.
And yet they're doubling down, and they're gonna end up.
But that was, I figured that would happen again
Yeah.
based on what was going on with the movie industry. And all these videos of Amanda Stenberg and Rachel Zegler Brown, it's all the fans, and the fans are negative, and we produce all this great stuff, and they should love it, and it's garbage. So,
well, they don't get it,
know,
and the Democratic Party is gonna go the way of the dodo bird if they keep that up, because they're losing, traction. I mean, it's so out of touch and so elitist, and this old playbook, which comes out of Saul Alinsky's Rules for Radicals, it just doesn't play anymore. No, too many people have been red pilled now, and they'll continue to rally their base, but that base is going to start shrinking even more. They lost this election in a bigger way than you can imagine, and they're going to continue to lose if they keep that up. If they don't reform the Democratic Party and get rid of that kind of woke, hostile fascism, and they don't get rid of lawfare, they don't get rid of censorship, they don't get rid of goose-stepping, attacks on their opposition, then they're going to be extinct. It's going to be like the Whigs. That could happen.
This is almost a mirror when the Republican Party was all rhinos.
Yeah.
You had to have voices come up and say, we really should get more conservative, because the idea of driving off a cliff at 55 miles an hour versus 80 miles an hour is really not a good selling point. And it took all this time, and it took a complete outsider.
That's right.
Remember, Barry Goldwater was a senator and a big political figure for a long time.
Right.
And he couldn't change it. So
no, but this is really almost revolutionary, and already you can see an international alignment by like-minded nationalists in their countries. People like Milei from Argentina, and Orban from Hungary, and I think Meloni in Italy, and several others. They're all
the guy from Poland whose name I don't know.
not Musk, not Tusk, the other one who was basically removed due to a color revolution, thanks to the EU. They're all coming around to congratulate Trump, and it's really the beginning of a major movement toward a kind of a nationalist, populist, sovereign development. And I think that Trump is, he's going to do some amazing things. You've got Ukraine, which, by the way, now there's video out that shows that Biden basically gave Russia a green light to invade Ukraine, mainly because they wanted to have war so they could feed, trillions of dollars to the defense industry,
right.
And it creates international order and all the other interests, which is the policy that's been in place in this country since Wilson. And, Trump is going to put a stop to that. He's going to probably take Putin and Zelensky and invite them maybe to Camp David and make them hammer out an agreement, because Ukraine now is on the verge of collapse. They've got, they have maybe another 6 months. And, the atrocity of that, all the losses of, lives. I mean, it's really loathsome and evil. And I think that it never would have happened under Trump, and Trump is going to stop it. He said that he could do it even before he takes office, which I think is possible. I mean, Eisenhower did it in Korea before he took office.
Yeah. Well, that's right. That's a good analogy. So,
and the way my understanding from history is the way Eisenhower did it is that he flew out to Korea and to Panmunjom, where he met with both sides, and he said, "Look, I'm going to become president in 3 weeks, and if you don't stop this war, I'm going to drop a nuclear bomb on you." And they believed him, and they stopped the war, and it's been peaceful ever since. I'm just saying, Trump is
Yeah.
He knows how to do that. And I think that he could do that. I think he could do it with the Israeli-Arab conflict too. I mean, I'm happy that he's pro-Israel, but he might force the Israelis to make some painful concessions to get peace with the Palestinian Arabs, and I hope he does.
Well,
So-
it was divine intervention. I'm not sure we deserved it, but we were given another chance. And it is, again, we've said this a couple of times. The funniest part of all this is they're just doubling and tripling down with the same crap. They just don't get it.
They really don't, and they've now seen that the rug has been completely pulled out from under them. This is a glorious day. You know, we ought to relish it. I know that it's going to be a long slog. I'm not utopian about this. It's going to be a war, but we can enjoy a moment of basking in the sun, you know, for now, and relish our victory, and now get to work in terms of how to define it for people, how to make people understand what this is about, make people understand about, you know, Trump derangement. Why did they hate Trump? Were they manipulated? Yes, they were manipulated by this deep state apparatus, and they ought to take another look. They ought to take another look at this whole movement because it's incredible. And, you know, it's time to get into the program now. It's not going to be easy, but it can be
I
done.
think there are going to be more conversions than you might expect.
Oh, yeah.
Because, you know, the old hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. How about hell hath no fury like some wild-eyed optimist who got taken over by this crap, seeing how they were misled and just sort of do reverse Harry Sisson, right? Oh, well, you know, it
Oh,
was
my
all
God.
BS. Well, yeah, his initial tweet was, how could the country be so wrong? And other people are saying that, you know, that the women didn't come through as much, or whatever it was.
Oh, my God.
It's just not.
It's not flying. I mean, he's talking. First of all, he's paid by by an ad agency. I mean, that's something that's been public. And in fact, it's now being said that the Harris campaign was literally paying people to go to those events.
Yeah.
But I mean, in the case of Sisson, he's doing this thing where he shows up with these two other goofballs, and it's so embarrassing. I mean, they're these white, privileged, empty-headed dimwits, you know, standing there like in front of the camera with goofy faces. They've never worked a day in their life. I mean, and they're like, oh, well, we support Harris, and they make these ugly charges. They're probably all on a payroll, and they're dumb. You can tell that they're just dumb. I mean, it's embarrassing. This is what they say. Well, we represent, you know, Men for Harris or some crap like that. Really? That's what it's come down to. I mean, you see this thing and you're like, that's a sad state of affairs that they would represent Men for Harris or Men for anybody. But anyway,
Who knows? You may have a situation like in Germany after World War II when suddenly you couldn't find any Nazis. So
well, that's fine. Look at Germany after World War II. You know, under Adenauer in particular, it became a powerhouse, and they were all former Nazis. Who cares? They all, you know, I mean, Adenauer was not a Nazi, but he was certainly a man of the right, and he was able to negotiate an end to conflict between the unions and create a united economy that turned into a powerhouse in Europe. An incredible story. So if they want to join us and put aside, you know, their past, great. Come on down. You know, I believe in redemption.
Oh, of course.
Anyway,
And I believe you're going to have a bunch of converts because I think the only ones who are going to stay on the other side are the ones who are paid to do it. But at some point, the MSNBC and CNN model cannot sustain. Yeah, they're only around because of the old cable system, but that's falling apart.
no, they've lost the momentum, and it'll be interesting to watch what happens to them because, you know, they're not going to be able to sustain that, not any longer. I mean, they barely were before, but now this is a big blow to them, and we'll see. We'll see how
yeah, I
people.
mean, remember the way that it worked was 80 million cable subscribers were paying so that 400,000 people could watch CNN.
Mm.
Uh,
Well, I
it's-
mean, they
the
got
math
they,
doesn't
they and they
work.
got certain deals, like they were piped into all the airports.
yeah,
and
which
stuff
you
like
don't
that.
see that much anymore. So,
Yeah.
Well, good. I mean, you seem to be in a much better mood.
Oh, totally. I mean, who isn't? This is a great day. I mean, I'm exhausted. I was up late and I, just stressed out. And I'm sitting there in a stupor on my couch, eating pistachio ice cream. And all of a sudden, something happened on the TV, and I said, "Wow!" And I sat up. I think that it was when I don't know, one of them said something, and I think one of the big states came in, and I was then riveted, and you could just see the whole thing unfold. So I think, like a lot of people, there was like a moment where you realized that you'd crossed the Rubicon, and that they were not going to get away with it, and that the election was going to happen fair and square. And Trump, of course, came out with his beautiful family, and he gave an eloquent speech. And I think that I think you've said that Trump has been somewhat humbled, maybe after having been shot, and that he's becoming molded into just a great statesman. It's just an incredible thing. Anyway.
Well, good. We can all relish
All right,
it.
Mike.
It's going to be exciting times now,
Indeed.
and not the least of which is that you seem to be in a positive mood. So don't.
Oh, totally. Totally.
Don't lose that.
No. I mean, I'm very optimistic. I really feel very, very. I'm just absorbing it, and I'm basking in it. And I hope that everyone is, including people who didn't like Trump. We all want to see things work out well. I think that everybody's relieved that it was not close, even whether they admit it or not, because then we would have had Mark Elias there with his team of lawyers, and they would have been dragging on week after week. And the liberals were talking about doing that, and they can't do it. It's too late. He got the popular vote, for God's sake. I mean, not just the electoral. Plus Congress.
And, he won the popular vote. They said by at least 5 million. And then, of course, it's all falling apart. Don't forget, people are saying, "Well, wait a minute. How is it possible that that Biden got 81 million votes?" Well, he didn't.
That's right.
He didn't.
All of a sudden, what happened? They just evaporated. And yeah, it is falling apart. And also, the fact that Trump got such a large popular vote shows that those votes came from the so-called blue states. They came from New York. They came from California, from Massachusetts.
Yeah, well, I was waiting for Massachusetts to go red. But
No, that's not.
happen.
That's not. I don't. There's not much hope for that.
No,
But
but they didn't lose these classical blue states by all that much. I think it was New Jersey by 3.
I mean, they almost Trump. They held on to Minnesota by a thread, and New Hampshire too. So they didn't. I mean, they lost steam in every single state, maybe except Vermont. I mean, and the District of Columbia. Other than that, they barely held on, and that's why the popular votes there. Both houses of Congress are going to be Republican, which means that little Jamie Raskin is going to have to put away his impeachment filings. Right? I mean, he does. Yeah, he was talking about this one with Bill Maher. Impeachment. We're going to not certify the election. That's all out the window. Ain't going to happen. Thank God. So, and I think that most Americans, including most liberals, are relieved. It's just so miserable. The lawfare agenda is dead. The censorship agenda is dying. It's not completely dead, but we'll see. All of it is going. It's disappearing. And if the Democrats don't learn that they need to move into a new way of thinking, they're going to be dead too. So anyway, Mike.
All right. Well, great. I mean, it's like night and day with your mood here.
All right.
So
great talking to you. I hope you
we'll get the power on.
Yeah, get your power back.
And we will talk to you soon.
All right. Take care. Thanks. All right, so that was Michael D. Shaw coming in by phone. He's having some kind of a power outage. And I've said what I've had to say. I mean, I've been taken off of TikTok for some reason. I don't know what I said that offended them, but whatever. I appreciate y'all joining me today. I'll give out the number one more time if you'd like to call in, 508-637-5596, 508-637-5696. And or you can text me or chat me, as it were, on Rumble, which is the flagship station. That's rumble.com, Charles Moskowitz. My books are available at Amazon Books. Just put my name in the server, Charles Moskowitz, and you'll see a bunch of books come up. That's how I sponsor the show, with my books. So all I can say is God bless America. Thank God it's a new day. It's a new day in this country, a day of sunlight and hope and goodness. Anyway, thanks for joining me, everyone. Have a great. Welcome to the show. Charles Moskowitz here, live streaming on all the usual live streams and downloading on all the usual podcast sites. I'm in the process of expanding my live stream numbers, only in that there are all these wonderful live streams that work independently, but I can't figure out how to get them to work yet with my system. I am clumsy when it comes to these matters. But I would just mention to anyone listening that if you know how to do these things with live streams, I'll pay you. Contact me. Send me an email. I want to hire you. I need help figuring this out because there's all this opportunity. And I do think that now, as we enter into the glorious age of President Donald J. Trump
2.0.
Yes, we're going to see a reduction in censorship at last. So I want to be ready and to hit the ground running on that. I am already thinking about really launching a weekday regular show with calls and all the things that I wanted to do before the censorship regime kicked in around 2018, just before the pandemic, when suddenly I was taken off YouTube and all that. But I think that already I'm seeing positive response. Already there's a loosening up and everything looks like it's a go. You know, things are looking very, very good. I'm feeling giddy, actually.
Well, I think what's happening, Chuck, is that the 25% of the lost audience of CNN and the 50% of MSNBC has all signed up on your channel.
You know, that they've lost a huge audience. I don't know if you saw this, but even like the left-wing podcasters and YouTube channels, like David Pakman was quoted in an article in the Gateway Pundit. He noticed that right after the election, he lost something like 25% of his subscribers.
Oh, that was glorious watching that video.
And, you know, he had been growing for years. And I think that they made the point that even the left is sick and tired of all the gaslighting and lies that they were pushing all those years. And, you know, it's all kind of, you know, people have had it with it. And it's just, I think that Joy Reid is now gone. My understanding is she just deleted her entire Twitter X account. And, you know, they don't know what to do with themselves. I mean, it's just, it's all falling apart. They can't, apparently MSNBC is up for sale and they can't get anyone to buy it.
Well, I have heard that the Daily Wire wants to buy it. Obviously, it's not going to stay liberal, but there is some value in having a TV network. Not the value there used to be, but that David Pakman thing was great because if you watch the video, he was figuring out in real time what was going on. First, he said, you know, maybe it's just a tech glitch, or maybe a couple of people subscribe. But then toward the end of it, he was beginning to see that if you keep lying to people and telling them all this dire crap, and it doesn't come true, then it's going to fall apart. And what's going to happen after that? Remember, this is just news media. But the people that were really lying to you, where really affected your life, unfortunately, was public health.
Oh, yes. And I've heard rumors that RFK is going to be the head of the EPA.
You mean HHS?
Yeah, Housing, Health and Human Services.
Well,
which and he's been talking. I mean, he's got a channel where he's like, I'm going to clean this place out. I'm going to we're going to get to all the toxicity that's put in food, the pushing of vaccines unnecessarily, and he's one of America's preeminent environmentalists, and he's got guts. I mean, he's a very successful lawyer who's had lawsuits, won many lawsuits against drug companies and against all of these people. And that's huge. That's, this is like, I can't believe this is happening.
Well, the other thing with him is he's got a big chip on his shoulder now because he was betrayed by the party of his family. He was betrayed by his own family, for God's sake.
Yes, he was. And yeah, he does. And, he's on the right side. He's a lot closer to where JFK and where his father would have been had they been who they alive today. And I think that he knows that. And he wants to by the way, speaking of that, he wants all that declassified. And Matt Gaetz, he's going to declassify Diddy tapes and all that crap. Epstein. Oh my God. That's why they're going into a frenzy right now against him. But Trump needs somebody like that. I mean, in his first term, he had like Jeff Sessions. The guy was like a noodle. I mean, he didn't do anything to help defend Trump.
He gave, it's funny. My wife was mentioning Jeff Sessions.
Yeah.
And I explained to her, reminded her that he got the gig because he was, to his credit, the first senator to endorse Trump.
Right.
But that ends up being pretty thin gruel, unfortunately, because the guy turned out to be a lightweight.
Right.
Some good old boy that just kept getting reelected in Alabama. And
yeah, and I think Trump, and then of course Bill Barr was worse. He was an outright traitor. I mean, he actually lied to Trump. Oh yes, we investigated the election and we found nothing. So I think Trump has learned his lessons. It looks that way. Trump he has somebody in there, because obviously I think it's fair to say that he's going to have 4 years of attempted impeachments and lawsuits and bullets and everything you can imagine they're going to keep throwing at him. And so you need a guy like Matt Gaetz. I mean, he's I've seen some of the video of him in Congress interviewing people like Christopher Wray. I don't know if you saw this.
Oh yeah, well, he's a flamethrower with that.
Oh yeah. He's a tough, like old-fashioned Southern lawyer. He has a great ability to smoothly move forward on an argument. I mean, JD Vance has that too. I mean, they don't take any crap. I mean, you can throw everything at them and they just keep going, and they know how to keep the thing. They keep on the topic. They don't get rattled. And you can see in his interview with Christopher Wray, and he's saying, you don't know where the Hunter Biden laptop is. You've had it in the FBI for 10 years. And Christopher Wray, what an evil individual. You can see they have a close-up of his face. He has got, Tourette syndrome. He's twitching and everywhere you can look. I mean, the guy is just, there's something really rotten. And now I understand that just before coming on the air, I'm looking at news. Kash Patel is going to be the new FBI director.
Is it FBI or CIA? It was
FBI. FBI.
Yeah.
That's freaking amazing. He's going to clean, because he wrote a book about this gang, Washington Gangsters, I think it's called. I wish I'd interviewed him back then. I probably should have. I whatever. But the point is that he knows the score. I mean, he's going to clean that office up and get through all of these, rotten, FBI officials.
Well, let me tell you about the FBI. The morale at that place has been going down the toilet since, believe it or not, about 2005, and I'll tell you why I know this. As some of your viewers may recall, I'm a California guy, moved to the DC area for some years, came back to California. Point being, when we had moved to Northern Virginia, I joined a health club and got to be friendly with a woman at the front desk, who then I found out her husband was an FBI special agent detailed at headquarters.
Right.
And she just wouldn't stop talking about how bad the morale was and how everybody hated the leadership. And that was back then. And it was only getting worse and worse and worse. Chris
That was
Wray,
probably back when Mueller was the director.
yeah.
Or
It
Comey
was-
before him. These people are political hacks who
Yeah.
are just weaponizing, and I think Ray has been the absolute worst. I mean, they're going to Patel is going to take the politics out of it and start to investigate actual criminals, actual enemies of America, people who are, the drug cartels, whoever. He's going to stop prosecuting Catholics by sending spies into churches and parents at school board meetings. I think that the other thing, Gates made mincemeat out of Garland. What a rotten individual he is. These people, I mean, they have the nerve to talk about, criticize Trump's appointments. I mean, this is excellent. These guys are great. And Hegseth, he's fine. Look at his resume. I mean, the guy spent 20 years in combat, unlike a lot of these generals like Milley, who probably would faint at a nosebleed.
No, Milley was a desk general.
Desk generals, exactly, who worked their way up through cocktail parties and social circuits. I mean, Hegseth actually is in combat. He's awarded several Bronze Stars, front line. Same thing with Tulsi Gabbard. I mean, look at her record. It's incredible. These people are great.
These are the kinds of people, Chuck, that were always passed over for these inside positions. I mean,
Exactly.
That's the problem. And you can go back to Secretary of Defense a long, long time, and you know who I'm going to mention. Your favorite guy, Robert McNamara.
Oh, yeah, right. Formerly head of Ford Motor Company. Knew nothing about
the Wonder Boy who said that we were going to win easily in Vietnam because on paper we looked better than the Viet Cong. And this moron, it took him to, people can call in and tell me the exact date, but literally 6 months before he died, for him to finally admit, gee, I really screwed up.
I remember that interview he gave at that time, and reporters started to ask him questions about it, and the man just absolutely flipped out. He was screaming at them. I mean, he's filled with such remorse and such guilt. I mean, he's responsible for, the blood on his hands of just these stupid policies and bad decisions in a war that we either shouldn't have never been in, or we could have won it in a matter of maybe a year. And just, it was really a pathetic, rotten. I mean, and these guys, I mean, they're all, even Lloyd Austin, who is right now Secretary of Defense, and who's a relatively good comparatively to most of them. He was he like CEO of Raytheon or something? I mean, he wasn't like, I mean, he's a general, I think, but it wasn't from war. I mean, it was more like another one of, I mean, I suppose we could even go back to Eisenhower, I guess. Never really was actually.
In fairness, Eisenhower was basically a desk general.
He was.
And let's face it, he became, quote, a hero because of the way World War II worked out. But he was promoted way over MacArthur for the only reason that he was able to kiss a lot of FDR butt. And
MacArthur was the real McCoy.
Yeah,
I mean, MacArthur, he was when he was in the Philippines, and they lost the Battle of Manila, and then they were in the Corregidor, in retreat. He didn't want to leave. He was like, I'm not going. I'm fighting. Eventually, FDR had to personally call him in the Philippines and order him to leave.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like, that's tough. I mean,
he was a tough guy.
Yeah.
And of course, my late friend, Vin Lewis, always what he referred to when Harry Truman fired MacArthur. He referred to it as the original Revenge of the Nerds.
Right. Although Truman was correct in firing MacArthur. I mean, it was in retrospect, because we have a civilian government,
Yeah.
and you cannot have a military figure defy and contradict and be insubordinate to that government.
Oh yeah, well, no, I mean, but what was great, and Vin was always very intelligent about this. It literally was true to the movie Revenge of the Nerds, because the nerds had legitimate complaints about the jocks, right? I mean,
Right.
So yeah, there was stuff that MacArthur was doing that was wrong, no question about it. But if you looked at Truman,
Yes. Well, MacArthur actually was right, but the problem is he was contradicting Washington. He wanted to invade China,
Yeah.
and keep them out of North. He had completely taken North Korea by force, and he wanted to strengthen that border and eventually do some forays into China. And Truman put a block to it, and then of course China invaded. So it was a disaster.
Well, I mean, that was the really a bleak period, because this whole Marshall Plan type idea for the world and so on was a terrible failure. And you're right, MacArthur was right.
He was right, but unfortunately, it was insubordination because Truman was president. So I get that. I mean, that's like what Milley did. I mean, he was insubordinate to Trump. So, and in fact, now Milley has said, and I hope he's right, that he's afraid that once Trump is in office, he's going to be called back into service so he can be court-martialed. I hope they nail him. I hope he is. What a horrible person.
Yeah, it was just terrible. And here was a guy, didn't really have anything on his resume other than playing the game and being one of these desk generals. And when I lived in the DC area, there were hundreds of these kind of guys.
They're all, I mean, he didn't even go to West Point. I mean, he went to Princeton. He didn't have any military. I don't know if he had any background in military. It's just, I hope that Trump revokes all of the security clearances of all those people, those intelligence agents who signed the Hunter Biden laptop letter, and maybe even have them investigated. That's, Trump wants revenge. Fine, good. I mean, it's not so much revenge, it's justice. The left has for years, I've been hearing them gaslight, no one is above the law. Really? Well, now they're gonna eat that now, hopefully. Yeah, because no one is above the law. And those people, I mean, they need to be brought before tribunals and interviewed. And if they're guilty, let the process take its course, of course. But if they're so worried about it, what are they hiding?
Well, call it revenge if you want, but I would prefer to look at it as straightening out and reforming the system. If these scumbags can exist in such a bad system like this, then it's got to be looked at heavily. Okay. And an article came out some weeks ago, I think in Epic Times, asking sort of rhetorical question, exactly what was wrong with the spoils system? It seemed to work pretty well.
It's unsensible. I mean,
this horrible civil service thing, which now your new Department of Government Efficiency is going to look into. And by the way, great article in the LA Times, clueless thing on the front page of the LA Times today. It's unclear how this new department is going to find out anything. I mean,
I think it's going to get pretty clear pretty quickly. I mean, Elon Musk. I mean, how can you get better than that? Yeah. I mean, he's the richest man in the world, and Vivek Ramaswamy is no slouch either. I mean, to have them go in forensically looking at every government agency, I can't believe it. I mean, I've been talking about this for decades. In Massachusetts, they should do this. I hope when they're done, they have a Doge in each of the states, and they clean up Massachusetts. And the Massachusetts, the MBTA for starters. I mean, it's like 40,000 people on payrolls and their pension plans and their hacks. Meanwhile, the train is running last year with their train with no engineer running over the Neponset River. I mean, it's a disaster. And so yeah, I mean that's huge for them to go in like that. I mean, no wonder they're nervous.
Well, here's a
gonna
little
go in-
speculation. You think, despite the fact that we suffered from 2020 through 2024, is it not better that he won in 2024 because now he's more pissed off? The mandate is clear. And, we had to kind of wait, didn't we? But yeah, I think it's better this way.
Oh, it is. I mean, it's almost providential. I mean, Trump has had a chance to learn from his mistakes. The country has had a chance to see what a disaster an illegitimate leftist regime is going to rot. And now he's come back with an ability to bring that new wisdom and this new team. I mean, there's a whole political realignment. I think it was Stephen Miller, another great guy, who said that this is the biggest political realignment in American culture and politics since the Reconstruction. Left and right no longer apply here. This is the people versus the uniparty oligarchs who are corrupt and who are out of touch. And that's why they're going berserk, especially over Matt Gaetz. I've never seen such a meltdown. Oh my God, they're like absolutely, spinning like crazy.
The funniest Matt Gaetz that I saw was Lisa Murkowski tweets out, he's not really a serious candidate, blah, blah, blah. Well, that's really big talk from that broad, right? She was Frank Murkowski, who was the governor of Alaska's daughter.
Yeah.
And he appointed her just as some young woman that from out of nowhere to become a senator. And
talk about legacy. I mean, I don't even think it's going to matter because there's 3 extra Republicans senators. I think it's 53. They're trying to take McCormick out in Pennsylvania. That's not going to work. They got Mark Elias doing like a rear guard election steal over there. He wants
what a scumbag Bob Casey turns out to be.
Oh my God. And he wants to recount ballots that already the state court twice or 3 times has said are not valid. We're talking about ballots of people that aren't even residents of the state.
Right.
So yeah, that's not going to work. But they're trying to do something. I mean, so they've got 3 senators. They probably have at least a half a dozen senators who are going to be up for re-election in 2 years, who are probably not going to be so quick to oppose the Republicans, and who are going to go along. It's not good that Thune became the Senate majority guy. I mean, that's the way it goes. But I think that, he has gone on record as saying that he supports President Trump's request for recess appointments and for recess so that they can appoint people and not have to wait a year to get someone in office.
My hope is that Thune is not going to be as bad as everybody thinks.
Yeah.
I believe that he's had a bit of a transformation. Maybe he got in there because McConnell was able to force this secret ballot nonsense. But I think if he wants to make a name for himself and not go down as another one of these crummy South Dakota senators,
right,
that he had a chance to do something right.
Well, Thune started out when he went in as his whole calling card was that he was an evangelical devout Christian, which is good. Yeah. Then he kind of lost his bearings, I think, after 3 terms. They get corrupt. Pretty soon he's become another one of the good old boys. He's like garnering favors, and he just sort of lost his soul a little bit. And
that was unfortunately, Chuck, the 17th Amendment problem, that the worst part of direct election of senators is that you get Joe Biden and John Thune type guys, because it's always dominated by the small states, right? South Dakota has 300 people in the whole state. So it's fairly easy to cater to a sector of that. What Daschle did, by the way, he was in forever, was that he got very chummy with some Indian tribes, and that was it. All right. Biden's success was a couple of unions, the credit card guys in Wilmington,
Yeah.
and he was in forever. Mike
Right.
Vance.
It becomes a corrupt borough,
Yeah.
basically. It's like a
So,
rubber stamp.
I don't know that the people that thought direct election of senators was a good idea even considered this horrible small state phenomenon. But there you go. All right.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was a terrible idea. Basically, it took power away from the states, and the senators, rather than representing the states and the legislators, they represent the federal government. I mean, it's become like Trump has put revolutionary proposals in place. Term limits, Senate no more than 2 terms, maybe House, maybe 3 or 4 terms, fine.
Right.
Moving some of these enormous bureaucracies out of Washington, that'd be great. Maybe you should put, the Health and Human Services into Juneau, Alaska, or something. Like move them around the country so that they're not part of this rotten culture and they have to like hire real people in real places and become like much more efficient. And he's also talking, and this is a miracle, getting rid of the Department of Education. Reagan said he'd do it, and he never did. Instead, he put in Bennett, who turned out to be bad.
Yeah.
And getting rid of the Department of Education and just putting in a couple of national standards for school boards to follow in exchange for federal dollars.
Well, you're right. I mean, it's never been explained to me. Just because you have a list of standards that schools have to maintain to get federal aid, why you need a department with 34,000 employees.
Oh, it's a gift to the teachers unions. They've been pushing for that for over 100 years. I can just hear the late, great Dr. Samuel L. Blumenfeld, my mentor, in his grave talking, smiling. I mean, he wrote a whole shelf of books on this topic. I mean, it's just a rotten, it was put in place by Jimmy Carter because they wanted to help elect Carter, and it was a political favor. And it has corrupted the system ever since. It is all about DEI and gay rights and nothing else.
Yeah.
It's nothing
Jimmy
to do with
Carter was the gift that keeps on giving. I mean, it's.
Oh man, if they get rid of that, we're going to see finally a return of education to the school boards where you have parents who are elected. I mean, the reason here in Boston that Mayor Michelle Wu is not allowing for the direct election of the school committee, it was taken away during busing because there was so much contention, is because she doesn't want people like, I don't know, me running for school committee. People who've had a child graduate Boston Public Schools like I have, who actually can go in there and take a look at the curriculum, take a look at the budget. Doesn't want that. But the point is that they still are elected, and there are parents on those school committee boards, and they will make the decision about the curriculum, not some rotten, corrupt Washington agency that is, living off of the taxpayers and foundation money from the Ford and Rockefeller Foundation and pushing a leftist agenda. Now, if they want to be leftist, fine. If like Cambridge, right, or Somerville or Provincetown, they want to elect communists to their school board, good, let them, if that's what they want for their children. But the point is, you'll have choice. You can do this through. There's a little concept that the left likes to talk about called democracy, right? There are democratic principles, and it's what Trump is doing is, it's just, he really is on a roll. I mean, this is downright revolutionary. It's just I can't believe it's happening, and it is happening. And not only that, but if God forbid Trump is somehow taken out, he is setting up enough of a structure that it's going to continue, between all of these people who are now going to be in the government, like J.D. Vance and like Kennedy and Musk and Tulsi Gabbard and, Kash Patel and all the rest of these people. It's going to become a juggernaut. It's not going to matter if ultimately, well, it does matter, but I'm just saying they won't be able to stop it.
No, and they are so scared and so upset because it's all falling apart. But that's not the only thing that's falling apart. Look at the incredibly stupid failed campaign of Kamala Harris, where I think if you play the tapes back, you will find me saying stuff like there's no talent on that side, and they think it's still 1950. All right. Apparently, they thought it was a great idea to spend a lot of money on celebrity endorsements.
Yeah, like
Okay.
millions of dollars. They gave $1 million
million.
to Oprah, which she lied about when she was chased down the street by a reporter. Did
Well,
you see
she
that?
was confronted, and it was a stupid lie. Well, they didn't give me $1 million.
me.
They
Yeah,
gave it
right.
to my company. Right. Okay.
Or
Thank
like
you.
Beyonce got 10 million. I mean, this is like these are donations from people who wanted to support, a political candidacy, not to give to Beyonce. And it was all flat. They had to do it because nobody would show up to hear her. She was so horrible. They were paying people to go to these rallies. And then they had these guys like that numbskull Sisson, that white kid on Twitter on TikTok. He was being paid by a public relations firm, to do that. He was on a payroll.
Yeah, he was completely phony. He didn't care.
Yeah, Trump
More
didn't have
money
to do
than he's
that.
ever made. So he'll say what they tell him to say.
Of course, he's an employee. I mean, it's really awful, and now they end the campaign with $1 billion spent, $20 million in debt, and she's still raising money to try to cover the debt. Trump maybe was trolling, I don't know, but he said, "Well, I'll tell you what, we'll retire her debt by my campaign. I'll just pay for it because I don't need the money anymore. I'm in office." But I don't know if they took him up on that. But really, really bad. I mean, one of the worst. And now they're all like at each other's throats, trying to blame everybody. And
Oh, here's another conspiracy theory, according to, if you want to believe Nancy Pelosi, right?
oh my God.
That she claims, and remember, she's a lies 9% of the time.
Oh,
She
yeah.
claims that the Democrats wanted to have an open primary, but Joe came out and endorsed Harris as a deliberate way of torpedoing everything, because then they couldn't go against that, apparently.
I think there might be some truth to that, actually.
Well, I mean, there's no doubt in my mind, absolutely no doubt, that Joseph Biden voted for Donald Trump.
Oh, yeah. And his wife, she
His
was
wife.
dressed in like red clothes that day. I mean,
Yeah, wearing this MAGA outfit. I mean, come on. All right.
I've never
And-
seen him look happier. He hasn't looked that good in years. He's smiling from ear to ear. I mean, he met with Trump. He looked like relaxed. He's like, yes,
Yeah.
finally. I mean, they despised her. And I mean, she called him a racist and a pedophile to his face during one of the debates. And then you see during Memorial Day, she's sitting there in the stands with Jill Biden. And you could just, it looked like she was about to get up and like it was just really brutal. So, I mean, these are all sort of like the whole thing is just crumbling and everybody's like pointing fingers and they don't get it. They don't understand why they lost. They think that it's not her personality, it's the issues. She did better than Biden probably would have done. I mean, the whole administration was obviously not legitimate and it was corrupt. Opening the southern border, right? I mean, hamburger at McDonald's, $15, just World War III on the verge. What do they have going? I mean, castrations and hysterectomies for children. I mean, they've got nothing other than those things. What? I mean, maybe, but he's made many accomplishments. What? He lowered the price of the EpiPen. Okay, fine. Like, good. I'm glad he did. Very small potatoes. I mean, it's like this is it for 4 years. It's like, really?
It was just too bad for everybody. He should have quit while he was ahead.
Right.
He was able to get away with 50 years of corruption. He could have retired
You couldn't let go.
to the beach, and that would have been it.
Yeah.
But
No, it's old-fashioned hubris. I mean, people think they're indispensable, and they just They get drunk with power. You know, it's happened. It's happening around the world. I mean, it's happened throughout history. Where you have these new political figures, these young guys usually, who come up and they're reformers and they're going to take over the country. They get elected with a huge popular vote, and then after a few years, they start to enjoy the perks of power, and they eventually, you know, they're not going anywhere. It becomes as bad as anything. They're there for life. People get
I've
drunk
heard of
with
a guy
power.
named Julius Caesar. I think you're describing his biography. You know,
Yeah,
that-
I mean, it's an old story.
Yeah.
You could look at the kings of Judah, you know, like
Yeah.
that. I mean, it's just an old story. I mean, this is why, you know, I mean, you want to get biblical about it, why the prophet Samuel warned the children of Israel not to have a king.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, there's a fantastic speech in the book of, I think it's in the book of Samuel, where the people come to, we want to have a king like all the other countries. And he's like, fine. He's going to, your daughters will be made into prostitutes. Your sons will be sent out to war where they'll all be killed. Your property will be seized. You know, it goes on this long litany of what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's what we want, right?
But the people, we don't care. We just want a king. We want to have somebody to look up to. I don't know. It's like a psychological thing, I guess. But anyways, these are very interesting times. And, you know, I feel like we have to still keep the eye on things. I mean, nothing is ever we're never going to be there. This is just the next stage. Our job, my job over the next years is going to be to try to articulate the reasons why this administration is in place, what they're about, why they're important, you know, to try to educate people as best as I can to make the most out of this. And also the one issue that I hope that Trump doesn't overlook, and I understand if he does, because he's received this incredible mandate. And by the way, just a little side, not to digress, but all those states that signed a compact to do an end run around the Electoral College, right? Because they said, oh, we're going to only give our electors to the winner of the popular vote. They're all going to have to give their electors to Trump, including California. All the electors will have to go to Trump now because he won the popular vote. And apparently they're still counting and he's growing. So, but the point I wanted to bring up is that we cannot take our eye off the ball with regard to election corruption, with regard to election integrity. They did try to steal it again. There was so many
Kerry Lake.
Kerry Lake, exactly. That's obviously stolen. I mean, I think in Wisconsin also they stole it from Hovde.
Yeah,
you know, he's shown how this happened. So yeah, they are still trying. They still have this incredible infrastructure that can steal elections on the state and national level, and they did. The reason, frankly, why Trump won is because he learned the lessons of 2020, and he saw the example of Glenn Youngkin in Virginia. Glenn Youngkin was able to and he went up against the real left establishment. I think it was, what's his name? You know, he was McAuliffe, right? Clinton guy. I mean, these are entrenched powers. And he came up, he had never held office before. He's a wealthy guy, I think he's a Wall Street guy. He got thousands of volunteers to work the voting booths, to stay in the counting rooms, to watch the counting of absentee ballots, you know, to do all of the tabulation checking. And he also had a team of hundreds of lawyers on call. So if someone saw something funny going on, whether it be just observing a corrupt election official or whether the Democratic Party was trying to pull some bullshit about, you know, we're going to keep counting, his lawyers are ready to hit the ground immediately and get it, you know. And he won because of that. It was the cleanest election that Virginia probably has had since Jefferson. And even that wasn't so clean. But the point is that Trump did this nationally. The RNC did this. Thanks to Lara Trump and Whatley and a couple of other people, they fielded thousands, I think it was something like 275,000 volunteers across the country, not just in the battleground states either, even in some of the red states like Texas. and they worked the counting rooms, they worked the polls, and he had lawyers on staff. And whenever they came up with some bullcrap about, well, we need to, we're going to count, illegal votes, and we're going to do this, they had lawyers in court within a minute, within hours, stopping it. Pennsylvania is a good example. I mean, there was several lawsuits brought up and decided within hours, where you had corrupt Pennsylvania county officials and DAs. They stopped it, and they did it because they knew what they had everything well heeled, well coordinated, and they were able to fight these things. Michigan, they stopped that crap. I mean, they were going to start in again with the white vans. Atlanta, they had it down. I mean, they just, the only place I think where they did kind of falter was Phoenix, but Nevada.
I think, Phoenix, unfortunately, Kerry ended up being a martyr, but I think that was the last gasp, because this guy, what's his name? Richards, I believe.
Richer, yeah. Stephen Richer.
He's out. That was it. I mean,
yeah, but he's talking about corruption. I mean, he's allegedly an R Republican. He's like working with these radical left-wing PACs. These PACs, these political, not what I'm thinking, no, the NGOs, apparently, UN NGOs.
Yeah.
All left-wing are trying to, they're out there. You didn't have like Zuckerberg write a big check this time. You didn't have the big money coming in this time. But the point is that in the broader sense, the whole system still has to be overhauled. It's been brought up that the states that Trump won were states that had voter ID, and the states where he did not win are states that don't have voter ID. There's a map that can show this without exception. This is this is crazy that they don't have voter ID. I mean, there's no excuse for that. They don't have it because George Soros created this turf group back. I think it goes all the way back to the Bush-Gore race, I think, but maybe not that far, called the Brennan Center, that basically decided that the way we're going to fight voter ID is that we're going to claim that it's racist, which is absurd. And the media jumped on that. The establishment jumped on it. And it's interesting, here in Massachusetts, I can think of an example. I forget her name, but she was an ultra-liberal left state senator who was championing voter ID. And back then it was actually a liberal cause. And then all of a sudden, like overnight, she did a 180-degree turn. Suddenly, oh, no, we can't have it. The point is that they have
that
to.
That is so reminiscent, though, of the way those commies turned on a dime.
Oh, yes.
Where Uncle Adolf is our ally until he isn't.
When Hitler double-crossed Stalin, all of a sudden, I mean, there's a case where this communist guy was giving a speech at like a public rally, and suddenly this guy comes and whispers in his ear. He gives him another speech, and he goes, I mean, they literally changed everything overnight. And that's how they operate. And I hope that Trump does, steps up and does the reforms necessary. There has to be voter ID in all 50 states. There has to be paper ballots. The rotten computer, the Dominion, they tried to do it. They had cases in Tennessee, apparently, where you could not vote for Trump. You'd put Trump on the ballot and it would switch over to Harris. Now, people caught that, but the question is, how many people didn't catch it? How many people didn't notice this? It's still there. They have to throw out Elizabeth Warren, my senator, Hiawatha. She was championing this until all of a sudden there's like a 180-degree turn. In 2019, she put up a bill before the U.S. Senate saying that there will be no voter machines because it's, quote, rigged, unquote, and she was right. And they have to bring that back. They have to get rid of the machines. They have to have paper ballots counted on election day. No absentee unless you have a very good reason for it, like you're in the military or you can show. And if you do cast an absentee ballot, you have to have your signature in the town clerk's office where it can be verified. And it's just that simple. I mean, this country, it's a disgrace. that we haven't done it right. I mean, it's never been right here. You know, you go back in history, it took like, 100 years to get the secret ballot. When this country, in the first early part of the 19th century, people would vote in public with a show of hands, and you could get it hurt. You know, the author James Fenimore Cooper, the author of The Last of the Mohicans, his father was murdered after voting for the wrong candidate at a public forum in New York. And after he left, after voting for the wrong guy, he was hit in the back of the head with a baseball bat and killed. So I'm just saying, I mean, this country has never had it right. It's always been corrupt. You know, the whole, the voter rolls. I mean, Mark Elias fought tooth and nail to stop states from removing bad names from their voter rolls. I mean, what could be more obvious than that? With a click of a mouse, all that information is available. You can cross-check it. There are these guys who's doing this statistical analysis. You can go into any state and take a look at tax returns, take a look at utility bills, take a look at all sorts of things to prove that a person is who they are and that they are residing where they say they're residing. And anyone else should be removed from the ballots. I mean, you've got hundreds of thousands of names on ballots of people who have passed away or they've left the state or they don't exist. That is no excuse for that. I mean, we can't have that in this country. I think this is a very important cause. You know, it's not, I mean, there are other things that are exciting right now, and I'm thrilled, but they can't forget about this. This has to be done, and they're going to, and when they do, if they do, you're going to hear the left scream louder on this one than anything. They're going to absolutely go.
You're probably right, but I mean, the reason they haven't been able to do much about it is because, again, I go back to public health. People don't want to come to the realization that it's corrupt. Because you're taught from the time you're in the first grade that it's a free country and you can vote and your vote counts, just like you're taught that, you have your Salk polio vaccine and you do what they tell you to do and everything's great. Yeah. And for people to realize that a lot of this was just crap is devastating.
Yeah, but Trump doesn't give a damn, it seems.
Oh, I get it.
He's going to go ahead and, they can scream and squeal. And his wife doesn't give a damn either. Apparently, she didn't want to go when he went to meet Biden because she hates the Bidens. And she rightfully blames them for sending armed thugs into her home where they rummaged through her underwear drawer and her son's bedroom and turned everything upside down. She's very angry. She blames Biden. And Trump asked her to come with him, and she said, F that, I'm not going. Yeah, I don't want to see him. So, that's great. That's who you want. I mean, both of them, I like that. They're like, they don't seem to care. They're very, and now that they've had this mandate, the left says, oh, he's not going to have the guardrails, they say. I mean, it's on Bill Maher. The guardrails are gone. Yeah, you're damn right they're gone.
The guardrails.
The guardrails are gone. He seems to be going right in and doing what he needs to do. And, it's an incredible thing to see. And I just am very excited. I mean, for the first time, I feel
your mood is so much better than it was a few weeks ago.
Oh my God. I'm still not 100% well. I had such a nervous breakdown. Those few days leading up to that election, I didn't know I was going to be that affected. That night, I was almost like in some kind of a stupor. I mean, I'm there practically passed out on the couch with my pistachio ice cream.
Well, I figured something was up because, as you recall, it was on the next day when it was clear that he won. You were just euphoric. You called me. Let's do a show right now.
Let's do it. I know. I mean, I'm like half asleep, and all of a sudden, I have one eye open, and I took a look at Rachel Maddow's face. That she had lost it looked crestfallen, and all of a sudden I'm like, yes, I was totally up, and something is going on. And then I'm flipping the channels, and they're all like, it's like worse than a funeral they're like, oh, and they're one of them. She's like, I'm nauseously optimistic.
Yeah.
Really? I mean, they were
Well,
throwing
I'm
the
the hell
punch.
with those people because what I saw in the real world, and
Yeah.
maybe you saw it even in your little enclave there, is a lot of these people were coming out of the closet as Trump people. I remember I go to this deli to pick up a breakfast sandwich on occasion,
Right.
and I said, "Well, George, how you doing?" Well, after last night, I'm doing great, And I never knew he was the Trump guy, right?
Yeah. Well,
and
I think that everybody's very happy. Even people who voted, nobody liked her. Nobody was happy
No.
with that. And I think that even a large percentage of people, other than these crazy women who are shaving their heads, I think that most people are relieved and happy. They know that the country dodged a major bullet. They know that already things are looking up across the board, across the world. The rest of the world is celebrating. I mean, it's Israel is going to annex the West Bank, okay? I mean, it's amazing. Let them do it. Get it over with. It's like these are major positive developments in the world.
Well, here, I'm going to put you on the spot now because it came out and the numbers were higher than 80%, and in some cases over 90. The three top demographics for Kamala Harris were Black women,
Jews.
Jewish women, and LGBT.
Yeah, but
So-
something, even amongst all three of those categories, I think Trump made a few gains.
He did.
He got 26% of the Jewish vote. Now, that doesn't seem like a lot, but
More than what?
comparatively speaking, that's 1 out of every 4 Jews voted for Trump. Women, she didn't get the women's vote. I mean, I think that Biden got a bigger women's vote
Yes.
than she did. I mean, all the talk about abortion, it didn't happen. I think Trump, I don't know if he won the women's vote, but it was pretty even. It didn't work for her. Maybe Black women, I don't know, but it didn't fly. Gays, I think Trump did better. I was driving around doing my driving, and I noticed in the town of Sharon, which is a very ultra liberal town, this gigantic rainbow flag, gays for Trump. They were flying on the front of the house. I mean, they weren't making any secret about it. I think that Trump did better among all categories.
Why do you think that the brain trust of the Democrats, or at least her campaign, thought that abortion was a winning issue? I never understood.
No, but I think that most people saw through it, which is, first of all, if people do believe in, and they are pro-choice, Biden and Harris didn't do a damn thing other than a lot of hot air on that issue.
Yeah.
I mean, they did diddly squat. I mean, it's not a federal issue any longer. It's a state issue. And if they cared about it, they might want to work with states to try to just maybe tighten up the laws a little bit to help protect the life of the mother, which, by the way, we talked about this and you made the point, and now it's been kind of more proven that isn't happening. Women aren't dying because they can't get an abortion.
No, and the other dirty little secret is that after Roe v. Wade was overturned, abortions went up. Went up.
Yeah, and in some states like Massachusetts, they actually liberalized it, like to the point where now you can do it after the baby's born.
Yeah.
It's horrible, but look, that's what it is now. It's up to the states.
Well, that's my point,
democratic.
Chuck. So why did anyone think this was an important issue?
It wasn't. And I think people saw that. It was not on the ballot. It was not a federal issue. If they don't like abortion or they want to change abortion policy, it's a state issue. And there was some people that maybe they thought they could get revenge against Trump because he appointed conservative judges. I don't think that worked. You didn't get anyone outside of a hardcore base of people who bought into that. People just, and the other thing on this, on everything is there hasn't been any rioting. There hasn't been any violence. There hasn't been any,
Right.
pussy hat, stuff. I mean, none of it. It's people are happy. They're relieved. None of that. And I don't think it's going to happen at inaugural either. I mean, They just don't have the energy for it. And if they do, if like Antifa comes out, that's not going to help them. Now, the other thing that Trump, and now it's sort of, there were two rumors going around. The first one, as I say, it was dropped by Mike Huckabee, the new ambassador to Israel. That Israel
Boy, was that a great choice.
excellent, brilliant. I think he's tremendous. I think that Israel's going to annex the Judea and Samaria. The other one is that Trump is going to pardon all of the J6 prisoners.
J6, yeah.
2 federal judges have now stopped all hearings. The rotten, Garland office is still trying to, arrest people and raid people. I mean, and they're not. It's not happening. The time is ticking away. They only have a few more weeks.
Well, here's a little speculation thing for you. What happens to Garland next year? What does he do? He goes around the talk circuit. Well, I tried. I was an old warrior. I did all this. What happens to guys like that?
I think that we'll never hear from him again, because I think that the far left hates him because they don't think he did enough.
Yeah.
He didn't jail Trump. He didn't do, why? I mean, I'm listening to Jim Braude and Marjorie Egan on NPR here in Boston. I mean, they're like, why doesn't he, go in? I mean, he should have been put into Rikers Island because he defied that corrupt judge in New York. He defied the gag order. He should be put in chains. No, I mean, he didn't do that. So he's hated by all sides. And he's like that's just an old, rotten, that's the past. I don't think anything. He'll go to the same place Kamala goes. Nobody will want to hear from these people ever again.
Well, it's interesting because unlike Mike Dukakis, that ended up having an academic career and being sort of a somewhat respected guy, those two, you're right. Everybody hates him. What I predict is going to happen with her is at some convenient point the next year or so, Dougie and her are going to divorce.
Right.
Because what the hell does he need her for now?
Sure.
And she's just going to be forgotten, kind of like Norman Thomas or something, just fading away. And
she'll end up with a couple of cats like an old cat lady, sort of what J.D. Vance was talking about.
Well, interesting that there was maybe non-Californians aren't familiar. Well, Jerry Brown had appointed this woman, and you know where I'm going with this, Rose Byrd, as the Chief Justice of the state of California.
Right.
And she was a radical leftist who it was a joke. I mean, there were some large number, dozens of death penalty cases came in front of her, and it didn't matter how egregious the circumstances were, she voted no every single time.
Right. Let him loose. Yep.
She ends up as the former Chief Justice of California, unable to get a job with any law firm. All right. Goes on welfare.
Oh my God, really?
No, well, she developed cancer, which I think took care of some of the money, and she just died in obscurity. And yeah,
that's where I think that's definitely a possibility. I mean, these people have they're no, the left will give you, they'll weigh your shelf down with awards when you're of use to them, but when you're not, they'll pull the rug in a matter of a minute. You're just gone.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, these people, I mean, who the hell wants to go? What's going to happen to Rachel Levine? I mean, who the hell wants to hear from any? I mean, but with Harris, I mean, she is so dreadful. I mean, you can't stand listening to her. Nobody liked it. She was the left-wing media people that put her on for softball interviews and who were paid, we now know, to do so, and who did the softest interview you can imagine. They looked like they were ready to slit their throats listening to her talk. It was depressing. You walk out of it stupider than you were when you went in. I mean, it's just, it was so bad.
Well, that's having a boomerang effect. Also on, for example, CNN, the only reason people even watch it anymore is Scott Jennings is on.
Yeah, exactly.
As a conservative guy. But he's always on with this Abby Phillips, who's an attractive black woman,
Yes.
not very smart, because he'll raise these points and she looks like deer in the headlights. And then she's listening to whatever someone's saying in her earphone and then comes up with some comment. I mean, it's all done. And people are going to reflect. This is what's going to happen. They're going to reflect, wait a minute. Why was Harris even elected to anything?
Oh, well,
Yeah,
everybody knows. You know, she worked her way up through the casting couch.
Yeah.
And then she was like she played the race card, and she just was very manipulative. She knew how to get favors. I understand that Jennings might be the press secretary, which would be great. He's very good.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean,
So
Trump
it's really exciting times.
Yes.
It's very exciting, I'm sorry, to watch some of these people crash and burn.
It's a beautiful thing. It's going to be very, you know, as I hear, who is it? As Steve Bannon says, it's time to break out the popcorn and just watch, you know. And
well,
watch
you can
it all
see
come down.
CNN is getting rid of these overpriced hosts. Your friend Chris Wallace.
Oh,
is gone.
he's horrible. Yeah, he's been gone for a long time.
Well, he went, but the thing with him was his father was terrible, but that was the era of CBS with all the leftists. Mike Wallace was nothing more than a left-wing bully. Chris Wallace was nothing more than a Nepo baby. Who
Well, at least Mike Wallace would occasionally chase someone down the street with a mic, you know,
yeah,
and try to get some answers. I mean, Chris Wallace is a piece of you know what. I mean, what he tried to do to Trump during that debate, just, you know, evil and ugly, and just I'm glad to see him go. Hopefully, all these the final last ditch effort is being pulled off or try. She won't get away with it, but none other than my own Senator Hiawatha is trying to jam down some left-wing judges in the last weeks of the administration. She's trying to shove down, finish the Biden judges, and it's not going to happen. Yeah. Mike Davis, who is really a powerful, one of these tough Irish lawyers, he's great. I mean, he's on all the times with Bannon, who, by the way, is just absolutely soaring and who's brilliant. Check it out on War Room. I don't miss one of those podcasts. It's beautiful to listen to that. But Mike Davis is a regular guest of his, and he's a brilliant lawyer, and he's not going to let her do it. He's got people there in Washington. He's well connected. They're going to pull the plug on that. She's trying to shove down the throat leftist judges at the last minute. I don't think she's going to get away with it. They tried to get Sotomayor to step down, with the rumor being that Biden would then appoint Harris, which I don't think he would have done anyway.
No, there's no chance.
But Sotomayor is saying,
you know what? She wouldn't have wanted it because she's just too stupid.
They don't know what to. They figure that maybe she's young enough that she'd be a warm body in there. But Sotomayor has said she's not going anywhere, and that means that Trump is going to get more federal, judicial appointments at some point, because apparently she's not in good health. I mean, I guess she's got like an advanced diabetes or something. She has a medical assistant with her at all times, and it's going to be like Ruth Bader Ginsburg. People are begging her to leave, and she's like, "I'm not going anywhere." So Trump will get probably 2 or 3 more appointments, and it's just amazing. It's going to be amazing.
We're going to get tired of winning, right?
I know. It's the whole, this country, I that's why I was so sick, because there's such a difference in terms of the course for the future, the way things could go. And I just am so thrilled and pleased.
People were just always overwhelmed. I mean, I called a friend of mine, a retired cop, conservative guy. This is about a week after the election. I said, Neil, I haven't heard from you. He said, I'm still basking in it. I'm still enjoying the glow.
I know. I don't even know what to do with myself. It's a beautiful time. You almost feel like you don't want to get too giddy, because bad stuff is obvious.
And by the way, all these meltdowns that you see on TikTok, this is all crap. And it is, because What human is going to say, well, wait, I'm going to have a nervous breakdown, but let me first log in to my TikTok account. And that's not how humans work. This is all crap. It's all theater.
Oh, I know. There's this one woman who's doing all the screaming in the car.
Yeah.
This musician, I don't know if you've heard this on TikTok. He's turned it into like a rap concert thing with drum beats and music. It's
Yeah.
hilarious. And then there's the Lysistrata group, following in the example of South Korea, apparently. Women, no sex, no men, no relationships.
But it's
And-
like
and-
a parody on itself because all the women that post these are ugly.
Well, I like the comment made by Natalie Winters, who's Bannon's co-host, and who did a brilliant job of filling in for him while they had him in prison. She's like, well, they're not, as President Trump would say, they're not sending their best.
Yeah.
Oh man. Anyway, so
There's
Mike,
been all kinds of parodies on it. One of them comes up and said, look, what do I have to do to make myself unattractive to MAGA guys? And Paul Joseph Watson said, just keep doing what you're doing. Perfect.
oh yes, I know it's just not flying. Good for them. Anyway, so Mike, what do you have coming up on the?
Well, I was
subject?
going to do but I think I've just done it on this show. I was going to do a piece called Dead Wrong, and maybe we'll still talk about how, it's getting old even for me, how there's just no talent. They're going back to 1950s. Oh, just wait till we have the media. That'll convince them.
Yeah.
What I'm waiting for is the owner of the LA Times. I don't know if you heard this, because why would you? Said that he's firing the editorial board and is going to replace it with all conservatives.
Wow.
And I guess if I'm going to get it, the LA Times has been liberal since the mid 60s, but it's at least a real newspaper in the sense that there's some content and so on. And I'm hoping maybe they'll go a little more conservative, because the thing I get delivered to my house now, and the USA Today Network has a bunch of these things, these local papers where the national news is 3 days old. I'm not kidding. 3 days old. And yeah, you're pretty up to date on the high school football scores in the local area and stuff, but
Right.
it's a joke. My wife says, well, and she reads the paper in the morning, well, that took me 7 minutes, so.
I know there's no content to it anymore. The Globe is like that too, and I don't think the Globe is going to change.
No.
That's not happening. Although there's a lot of rumors about Mayor Wu having some serious opposition here in Boston, including from the son of Bob Kraft. We'll see. It's interesting, and he's more conservative.
Well, I never understood, other than historically, how Boston, which to me, a large part of Boston, is hard scrabble working class, how they didn't get all red pilled as much as I would have thought that they should have.
It's a good question. I don't know. They go just so far. They elected Marty Walsh over a very left-wing candidate.
Yeah.
And he captured all the rich, well-to-do leftist neighborhoods like the Back Bay and Beacon Hill,
Yeah.
whereas Walsh got all the more blue-collar areas. So, there is at least some shift there, but you never see, a real, MAGA type in Boston, at least not yet. We shall see.
All right. Well,
All
good
right,
luck.
Mike. Thanks a lot.
I'm glad you're doing so much better.
As is everybody. All right,
See you
I'll
next
talk to you next week. Thanks a lot.